This content may not be suitable for children under the age of 50. Viewer and listener discretion is advised. Welcome to the GROGTALK with your hosts, Dan and James.
And good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to GROGTALK. I'm James. Where are we from today, Dan?
And I'm Dan. Today we're from the Green Goblin Inn, which is on Regal Street in the city-state of the Invincible.
Oh, that's a great place.
Overlord.
We like that place.
It seems like a nice crowd. Jackpot Clenthorne. Jackpot Clenthorne is the owner. I could go on about what's here. It's the usual city-state silliness. You know, the hidden in the closet is a bunch of gold protected by bloody head, raw bone skeleton. I mean, is that his name? Or is he a bloody head, raw bones skeleton? I think he's
the help's pretty dead around here.
Head.
Is that right? Is that the same place? Or
this place is dead.
That's right. That's
Let's get out of here.
Well, this is where we started when we played your campaign. Is this the place we started, or was there another inn that we came out of?
Oh no, no. I think there's skeletons. You're assuming that there's only one skeleton that is a server or a worker at a bar.
It wasn't unique.
No, this is a different one.
That tavern that we started in. Oh, okay.
But they're smart, don't you think?
Right.
Shouldn't you be using undead? I think this would be an industry. You should be using undead as servers and help. It's free help.
I think it'd be a problem for health code.
Well, skeletons, I assume skeletons are pretty clean. I mean, you can clean them up. Maybe zombies aren't so great. But the other disembodied voice, for those who are listening to the podcast, let's introduce our guests. So we have, fortunately, the editor of Flipping and Turning, the R. Tim Cask, the champion of Brandywine, Rob Ritchie. Hello, sir. How are you today? That's right.
Top of the morning, gents.
I have not started drinking. I do have my Guinness ready, but I figured for our next guesses, is that a word? Maybe I should start drinking. For our next guests thing, we want to delay that as long as possible. We have also Mr. Carlos Lising from Calisthil Entertainment. Glad to have you on. Welcome, sir. That's right.
Hey,
so,
thanks for having me, guys.
And wait a minute, the crowd goes wild. There you go. Yes, that's right.
I was wondering.
We're here live in a studio audience here at the Green Goblin. Thanks for coming out.
So GROGTALK is being taped instead of a live studio audience.
Is that the Grog line?
An undead.
Is that the Grog line already? People trying to call in. So,
No one's called in literally.
It's been a while since we
years.
had someone physically call in, and we literally had to drop everything. We're like, why is my phone ringing? But that was pretty funny. We do broadcast in camera.
The last I remember calling you guys was Vic Dorso's
Oh, Jeannie, yeah,
girl,
she called.
wasn't it?
Yep, that's
Jeannie.
right.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was Daniel Colleton complaining.
Well, there were those complaints about flipping and turning.
Yeah, that
going to
time.
mention
That's true.
Well,
so we are.
He's going on blast in the next.
We have a full show today. Thanks everyone on. So, like we did last time, we were very fortunate. People liked our Jeopardy with the G, not affiliated. What's the legal disclaimer, Dan?
Yes, Jeopardy with a G has no affiliation with any game show, including Jeopardy with a J. Clearly.
Right.
Well,
it will not be similar at all.
Exactly.
Very
So
dissimilar.
we are going to start that today. Rob has graciously decided to be the Alex of our show, and we are, as usual, we try to make this thing better and better. So it may become a disaster, but we're going to have special effects for those who are watching, who watch us on YouTube, and visual presentation. So so Rob, you mind you get that set up so I can completely fail on how this is going to work, because
All right.
share
So
your
what do you want me to do?
so I can.
All right. Well, I will share the screen, and everybody can see. Did it share?
Not yet.
No,
Your
of course
face
not.
stopped moving, which is there now. Something's sharing. That's good.
All right. Well, there's I'm showing you our download numbers from Drive-Thru RPG.
That's great.
Hooray!
Let's see if this is going to work. Come on. I want to. Oh, it does. Look at that. That's pretty awesome. All right. Well, and that's Flipping Attorney. We've obviously, and we have, right? Actually, Carlos is going to be one of our esteemed contributors, correct?
I am.
Yes.
Rob had told me that he was interested in having me tackle one of his creations, and so I did.
Yes, and you did a marvelous job. I really appreciate. I'm looking forward and excited for sharing Carlos's take on the halfling school of barefoot beatdown style martial arts unaffiliated monks.
The drunken child form or something like that. That sounds good. Which, by the way, for those who are on now, you unfortunately, if you have to leave, we're going to start drinking Guinness. Or I'm going to start drinking Guinness later. But so the show should get funnier the more you drink. Just kind of just letting you know that.
Because I haven't finished my Lucky Charms.
That sounds like a terrible
Yeah,
combination.
sure.
I was going to have cereal, but I'm like Guinness and maybe that's more Irish than it should be. But I decided not to do that. So that's anyway. If we are ready.
Let's get started.
Your, screen shared, and yep, they're commenting. Our folks, Lucky Charms, absolutely. Lucky Charms and beer. That's what we're talking. Oh yes, right. We got to get our buzzing going.
Yep.
All right, I'm going to switch back to my face for the intro, and then we'll do the. I'll share it again.
Your face is
okay?
on. I have you on now. So you're on. Everything's on.
Oh, excellent. Welcome to GROGTALK Geopardi. Today on GG, we have our returning champion, Carlos Lising, and his continuing competitors, James and Dan. Oh, the crowd is hard against Dan and James today, but we'll see if they can turn it around. Let's play Jeopardy. All right, our
What is Leprechaun?
No,
okay,
bad Dan.
I'm sorry, you're not Dan.
Spray
bad,
yourself
Dan.
with water.
All right,
Bad Dan.
The categories are.
Hey, you're not sharing
awful
your.
green
We still have the
things.
RPG stuff up.
I see it. No, go
I
for it.
see
Let's
it,
play. Let's do it. I see
don't
it.
see it.
Hurry. Don't wait for
There,
them.
now I
That's
see it.
not their
Oh,
problem.
I did see
That's
it.
their problem.
There we go.
Okay. Awful green things, serpents and snakes, in the Elvish, little people, and the Banshee.
James.
Everyone, please test your buzzers. All right.
James, do you feel like we're the Washington Generals to the
Yes,
the
we
Harlem
we totally
Globetrotters
are.
here? Yeah.
Carlos, you control, as the returning champion, you control the board. Please pick a category and a number.
Okay, I'd like the Banshee for 300.
The Banshee for 300. Remember, the first one that I see in the chat window wins the buzz. And it is, this Banshee wail will cause all hearers within 3 inches to save versus magic or die on the spot. And that is GROGTALK. That's Dan or James.
He hadn't finished saying
No, I didn't. He said, as soon as he said spot, oh,
What?
here we go. I'm going to get it wrong. I'm going
here
to
we
get
go.
it wrong
See,
anyway. What is
James?
groaning spirit? See, there you go.
That is incorrect. Please type in a buzz in again.
Don't worry, Dan's not answering this.
I don't know, Carlos.
Carlos.
What is death groan?
That is incorrect. Dan,
what it
would
says
you
in the
like
mouth.
to
The DMG.
Sure.
make it? What is your answer?
What is groaning to him?
That is incorrect. The correct answer is keening. Keening.
That's
All right. That's a hard
Keening,
start
ooh.
for
That's
everyone.
horrible.
Carlos, you
I'll take the
still
Banshee
control
for 200, please.
the Banshee for 200. The Banshee is the spirit of this, a very rare thing indeed. That must be, that would be GROGTALK. That'd be Dan.
What is an evil female elf?
That is
Matt?
correct. Dan, you control the board.
Well, obviously, what is little people?
we're not going to talk about
What number?
What is Dan? what is Dan? One's James and one is Carlos. Not Vic. What is Alex / Rob? I would like what is little people for 100, please.
These shy and reclusive little people share the name of a brand of lemon lime soft drink created by the Coca-Cola Company. Dan.
What is Sprite?
Sprite is correct. Dan, you control the board.
Alex / Rob, I'd like to stick with little people for 200, please.
Leprechauns are rumored to be a species of halfling with a strong strain of this. I guess that's Dan.
Alex, what are pixies?
That is correct. All right.
Alex, I'd like to stick with what are little people. It's been pretty good for me. For 300, please. Let's finish out the category.
These devilish little creatures are very rare on the material plane, but on the planes of Acheron and Hell, they are not uncommon. Dan.
What are imps?
Oh, very good.
Is correct. Dan is taking a resounding lead. Put your buzzers down and let's meet our contestants. Dan, you're showing a surprising jump. You've clearly been reading the Monster Manual.
I have. I've been studying very hard, Alex. It was very embarrassing 2 weeks ago, and I've been working pretty hard.
Well, for the sake of the show, we really all appreciate it. And Carlos, you dominated the game in the last time, but you seem to be off to a slow start.
Yeah, that's because where the Dungeon Master's Guide in the back of it says death groan explicitly about the death groan of the Banshee, the answer was actually something else, apparently.
In the that's correct.
It's too late.
And all right, minus 10 for
Back
Working the
there.
refs. That's right.
And James, I see you've been adding some sound effects to
Yeah, in
this one.
between
We really appreciate it.
collecting empty cans of Guinness and trying different recipes for corned beef and hash and corn and whatever other Irish stuff there is. I put some sound effects here.
So James, I have to ask a question. Does GROGTALK have any patrons from Ireland in Ireland? And do you expect that to change after this episode?
I would say if we did, they're gone after certain things we plan on doing. Actually, we are pretty void. The whole United Kingdom, as someone who used to be a waiter, maybe the British just are not used to tipping. When I was a waiter, they thought the tip was included. So maybe they think just by showing up, they don't have to pay for it. So we don't have a whole lot of patrons there. So all of England, Northern Ireland, Wales, Scotland, it's wide open. It's we need someone to claim that area. So.
Well, there you go, listeners. The entire British Isles are available to be conquered by anyone. That's with right. $5 a
let's
month
see, for the whole, that'd be $20 a month. Sorry, for the whole United Kingdom. That's pretty pricey. Yeah, we're not just giving out.
Well, if you have a county or a region, then maybe
if you want like 10 Downing Street, that's probably $1. That's $1 a month. So there you go. Go ahead, Dan. Rob.
You go. All right, Dan. Dan, let's get back to GROGTALK Geopardi. Dan, you control the board.
Alex/Rob, let's go with awful green things for 100.
Awful green things for 100. These strange plant growths are found in subterranean places where they often fall on passing creatures. Carlos.
What is green slime?
Green slime is correct. Carlos, you control the board.
Please give me serpents and snakes for 300, please.
Serpents and snakes for 300. These winged, feathered serpents are rarely found anywhere, regions, or flying through the ether. I remind you that you cannot ring in until after I finish the question.
All right.
I think that's Grog. That's James.
Oh, what is a quattle?
Quattle is correct.
Hey, am I at 0?
You're now at 0. Yeah.
Okay,
James.
good. That's all I cared about.
James, you control the board.
I might as well stay with serpents and snakes for 200.
Serpents and snakes for 200. This enormous serpent is found only in tropical waters and is only 20% likely to harass passing ships. Dan.
What is a giant squid?
That is incorrect. James or Carlos?
I don't know, Rob.
I'll pass.
Boop, boop, boop. The answer is a giant sea snake.
That's too bad, Dan.
James,
considering the category was serpents and snakes.
James, you control the board.
I'm going to do awful green things for 300, Rob/Alex.
Awful green things for 300. This deep, bright green gemstone has a base value of 1,000 gold pieces. That's Dan.
What is an emerald?
Emerald is correct.
Very nice.
Dan, you regain control of the board.
Let's go ahead and finish out what is the Banshee, please, or Banshee for 100, please.
Banshee for 100. The Banshee appears in the AD&D Monster Manual under this rarely used name. I believe that's Dan.
What is Groaning Spirit?
Groaning Spirit is correct.
Yeah, that's the thing I said before, like an idiot. I gave you that answer. Let me just give you all the answers, Dan.
Thank you, James.
we need work on the buzzer situation here.
Dan, you control the board.
Let's go ahead and finish off what is awful green things, Alex/Rob, for 200.
Even a very young green dragon can breathe a cloud of this gas 3 times a day. Carlos.
What is chlorine?
Chlorine is correct, and Carlos is back on the board. All right, Carlos, you control the board.
I'd like in the Elvish for 300, please.
In the Elvish for 300. If a contract is broken from its beginning, it is said to have been broken in this way.
Uh,
Boop, boop, boop. That time is up. Ab initio. Ab initio.
so let me get this straight. There's actually Latin / Elvish, and Dan didn't get that?
Well, I was trying to give you guys, give you guys a shot here.
Carlos, you.
All right, I'm
Carlos,
starting to drink now. That's it. I'm drinking
Carlos,
beer.
Carlos controls the board.
I want to drink too now. Can I please have a 200 in the Elvish?
Certainly. The cheerful term amicus curiae means this. Dan?
What is friend of the court?
That is correct. Dan, you control the board.
Is there a category contracts, legal contracts? Is that the double jeopardy? Is that the final Jeopardy answer? I'm just curious because I don't want to. I can just leave now and go to the bathroom. So
let's finish out the category in the Elvish, please.
Caveat emptor is a common warning, which means this. Dan?
What is buyer beware?
That is correct. And to finish off the category of serpents and snakes, this hateful humanoid creature has a petrifying gaze and poison asps for hair. Dan?
What is Medusa?
That is correct. And you finish the board. The score now is Dan with 1,100.
This went a lot quicker than last time. I feel like we had more questions last time.
James for 0. Carlos for 0.
Oh, well, that was fun.
It's time to get into time to go to Final Jeopardy.
You know what it was? See?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't? Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Maybe did you grind it up and snort it or something? Because that's the only thing I can think of. But that's fine. I'm gonna.
All right, everyone, please participate in Final Jeopardy. So what we're going to do is I will reveal the category, and then you. No. First, you write down how much you're going to. Wager.
So clearly, Dan's going to wager all of it because he's a man. He's not a leprechaun. I think if I remember correctly, that's what he told Carlos to do last time.
I believe that's exactly what he did. So I think it's all coming down to that.
In fact, everyone, host Rob / Alex, I would say that everyone for Geopardi needs to double their thing.
That's exactly right. For GROGTALK Geopardi, all we're going to do is we go into the final round and you are betting your entire stake.
That's exactly right. So I'm going to bet all mine. That's right.
And I think we're going to need to come up with rules for. Well, we'll find out how this goes in the future. I may never be invited back, so it's.
Hey, I'm inviting you back
After this.
Oh, I'm inviting you back, James.
Never again.
James, are you concerned about that incomprehensible death segment might be worse than usual?
Oh,
I'm not concerned because it would be a solo adventure for me. That's all. That's.
All right, so let's move into the next question. The category is planes of alignment, and the question is. I
bet all of it, by the way, Alex / Rob.
That's understood.
Okay.
And the question is, you ready to press the button?
There's no button. Are we pressing? Or just
No. We write our answers.
We write our answers.
I'm sorry. I meant the sound effect.
Oh
button.
yes, I am. I'm sorry.
All right. Here's the question. Morrigan, the Celtic goddess of war, shares this home plane with other neutral gods and goddesses of her pantheon.
What the hell is that place called?
I think it's called.
You can't say it.
It's called hell.
That's right.
I'm gonna help you out. It's the 9 planes of hell.
That's what the show is, the 9 Planes of Hell. Something.
All right, put your pens down, please. So we'll start with you, Carlos. What is your answer? What is concordant opposition? That is correct. And you bet all of it? So, James?
Well, I made
James,
a new plane.
What is your answer?
I made a new plane because apparently what is Concordia?
Concordia.
I like mine much better.
That is incorrect.
I think that's a former name. That's in the back of the DMG. It says that.
It's like Adventures in Concordia. That's gonna be that's gonna be the plane. I knew it's like Concord something. I knew it was, but I forgot about the rest of it.
And Dan, what did you write? What is Nirvana? What is my kitchen? What is Nirvana? That is a So for the first time ever.
Wait, you gotta ask how much I bet.
You bet all of it.
We bet all of it.
That was the.
Oh, he's violating the rules, Rob / Alex.
Violating the rules. He certainly is.
That's what I bet. Come on.
Okay. Well, no. We said that there's no betting in GROGTALK.
You know what I have to say about this?
So for the first time ever, we have a 3-way tie in GROGTALK Jeopardy.
Everyone got a participation trophy, and everyone hates it.
Okay. Well, this was clearly
it's a lot of
a very successful.
There's a lot of bitterness, but that's not your fault.
There's
Rob.
a little bit of bitterness. If there's a problem with buzzers, then there's a technical issue that needs to be resolved.
No, there's no problems with buzzards. I could not answer Espiritu Santos Latin things. I had not brushed up on my. Did you have Why? I'm surprised we didn't have Catholic Mass here. That would have been.
Well, that was in the options, but I mean, this isn't just this. There's a like the most recent episode, you guys were riffing on Latin Elvish.
It's very fair. I did not.
Very fair.
I did not say it was not fair. I just said it was.
And shame on Carlos if he didn't watch our last episode.
Carlos is regretting. I'm going to get a strongly worded letter from him telling him to pull that article.
Why does he? He's like, I stayed up all night for this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna celebrate. I was the real winner. It's time to celebrate.
You know, Dan, you did pretty well. I'm a gracious winner.
Upset about missing ab initio, but that's all right.
Yeah, that's true. You did miss one. That would be.
Well, you don't think of a contract being breached, but ab initio, yeah, at the beginning. All right.
So it's. I think Carlos was just being nice to us because he didn't.
These aren't twist tie.
You don't know how a beer works?
It's not twist. No, I don't know how to open this. What do I do?
I guess you crack it open with your teeth, or use your fancy Ethan Allen table and smash it on the side there. That's what.
Oh boy.
I'm sure Susan would appreciate that. Well, go get a bottle opener. You can't open it, Dan.
It's designed not to be opened with your hands.
That's correct.
Well, I'll do it during a break. All right, because we got Carlos here. We're ready to do Incomprehensible
Well, we're going to do that in a
Death,
second. Hey, quit sharing your screen when you get a chance, Rob, please.
Yeah, okay.
So, anyway,
right.
in the spirit of St. Patrick's Day and things that are just not fair, the next thing we're going to look at is, we were talking about Mad Libs, doing some kind of Mad Libs, and Rob had mentioned, some kind of terrible autobiographical story that we could do with Mad Libs. So I found something there. In the spirit of your great classic Irish autobiography. So if you are Irish or have any genetic material in you that's Irish and you get offended by this, you may want to hang up now and come back later. But if you take it for what it is, which is fun and frivolity, then it should be okay. So I'm going to ask.
I'd like to state I've not seen this.
Correct. You have not seen this.
This is not my idea. I have no idea what's about to happen. I'm sure I don't approve.
Probably.
Okay. All right. I want that to be all right on the record.
So,
as a matter of fact, I should go get it. Should I get my bottle opener now?
We need your things. You can drink after it. So there you go.
Okay. Yeah.
So first, I need a gerund. Does anyone know what a gerund is? I had to look this up.
Yes. It's a word that ends in ing.
It's I didn't because usually it's like verb adverb, but I need a gerund.
All right, fighting.
Okay. Is anyone else want a different Garund, or are we sticking with that? Okay, next one is vegetable. You all don't know what a vegetable is.
P.
Okay.
James, you tell who the person is, and then
I
we'll
got
go
you.
around
Okay,
like
well, that's
that.
good. So Dan gave P. How about now, Carlos? Town's sole economic lifeline.
Fishing.
Fishing. Okay.
You're talking about
Yeah,
trade,
trade
right? You
or
want trade?
yeah, something. How that's right.
Fish.
Rob, dearest childhood possession.
Shamrock.
All right, that's good. Dan, body part of which there is only one.
Is that a trick
I'm
question?
just telling you, body part of which there's only one.
Oh boy. Okay, fine. Tongue.
See, very good. See, you're getting into. You know, this is St. Patrick's Day. It is a bitter Irish kind of thing. First, Carlos isn't happy. Now, Dan's bitter. It's all good. All right. Let's see. Next would be Carlos. A complete surname.
McGillicuddy.
Okay. Rob, a chemical element for water. So obviously hydrogen or oxygen. Yeah, something like that.
Oh, a chemical element for
Yeah.
water?
So.
Oh, well then, let's see. I'll roll a die here.
Oxygen.
God, I didn't get that one.
Dan, here you go. This may be complicated. Choose a gender.
Female.
Female. Are you sure? Final answer. No.
I am sure.
Okay. Carlos, proper noun.
Chicago.
Okay. All right. Rob, verb.
Verb. Drink.
Okay. Dan, entrance other than a door.
Gate.
Okay.
Or is that too doory?
That's fine. There's no right or wrong answers here. Carlos, woman's name other than mom.
A woman's name other than mom. Sinead.
Ooh. Nothing compares to you. Rob, an inanimate object.
Stonehenge.
Let's see. Dan, an extremity that can be gimped.
Finger.
Okay.
Sorry.
Gimp.
Yeah, that can be gimped. Well, the way they did this is a little... Okay. Carlos, a double-digit number.
13.
Rob, the worst possible job for a woman.
Jock strap. Sniffer.
Okay.
Failure of
That's
imagination.
good. I like it. Let's see, Dan. Some part of the body.
Why do I always get the body parts? An extremity you haven't used yet. I'm sorry, what was it? Just any body part? Lip.
Actually, let's do a place instead of that. Just do a place.
You don't like my body parts.
No,
okay.
I changed
better
it.
luck
I
with someone
changed
else.
it. Place.
That's no pleasing Dan.
A place
Yeah.
under the rainbow.
Okay. And then Carlos last, a medical condition.
Let me think. I choose.
He's thinking of an Irish-related disease.
Yeah, I was trying to think of an Irish-related disease, but now, in the interest of not being, in the interest of not offending anyone, I'm going to pick something else. You said a physical condition?
Yeah, medical. Well, it's a medical term or physical. Like an illness, medical condition, malady, something like that.
Okay. Dichromatism.
Dichromatism. You'll have to explain what that is, since I have no idea what that is.
2 different eye colors.
Okay, there you go.
Ooh,
Wonderful. Okay, thank you. So, for those, so I don't have any Irish music to play behind this, but here is what we've created. I Can't Find My Legs, a tale of growing up poor, Catholic, and eventually blind in Ireland. By insert your name. It was day 3 of the blessed feast of the prolonged consumption, and Father O'Hurley had just finished fighting me in the abbey. I put on my clothes, my dear. My dear defeated mother had fashioned me from discard peas and quickly ran past the abandoned fishery, only to learn that my shamrock had been sold to help pay for the removal of my wee brother's tongue. These were tough times for the McGillicuddy clan. A blight had destroyed all the oxygen, and we had just burned the last of the females in the house to stay warm. Still, we had faith in our Chicago that he would be merciful and soon drink the lot of us in our sleep. Soon after that, I arrived home. My father stumbled in through the gate, reeking of whiskey and Sinead. Damn the cursed English, he yelled at our pet Stonehenge before his finger gave out and crashed face first into the cutlery drawer. With my father dead, it was up to my mother to raise me and my 13 siblings, which she did by getting a job as an underground jockstrap sniffer. Unfortunately, a few hours later, while walking back from the sniffer cannery, she was struck from behind, both sides and above, from under the rainbow. She eventually died from dichromatism. 20 years later, I moved to America. So there is our Irish autobiography story. Well done.
My God! Well, my gosh! It's like a script. You could write a film script for that.
That should be a next adventure. Carlos, that's what you should be the module. The adventure.
That's right.
For GROGTALK. Yeah.
Was that okay, Dan?
Never.
See, it wasn't that offensive, so I thought you'd find that.
Could have been
Mildly
worse. Could have been
offensive.
worse.
What was that? Could have been worse. I
Could
don't
have been
know.
much worse. All right, guys. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to check out because I know you have a very important thing coming up.
Oh, Rob, a real quick question. Did my check clear? Oh, wait, never mind. I'll talk about that later. To you.
Yeah.
I asked for it in Bitcoin, and yet
I'll get it to you.
You insisted on using PayPal. Does not work.
I'll get it to you. Thank you.
It's written on the back of page 203 of the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Wow.
You should probably look
Wait a
at
minute.
Whoa.
Let's see. All right, since this is Carlos, I got to get it out right here.
This is what I'm getting at. Listen, I'm the winner, so I'll be back while these
Yeah,
you
go
discuss.
ahead.
I'm gonna go get the
spirit.
I'm gonna go get the
specifically in the thing. It says its most fearsome mode of attack, however, is its wail or keening.
I'm looking right over here. It says Death Groan. It's all right. It's okay.
Well,
Yeah, clearly you're beyond it.
he's over it now.
You're over it. Well, hopefully next time we'll get all the technical difficulties worked out.
Yeah, we can come up with we need to do. Everyone should come up with a different squeaker. We should get like different squeak toys.
Yeah, but then we still have the difficulty of them traveling through the internet at different.
Well, it doesn't
speeds.
matter. It's when you hear it. So sad, too bad. It ultimately comes down to it's about you, Rob. You are the host.
All right. Well, we'll work these out. If I'm ever invited back again to do this ridiculous segment, we'll work out those issues next time.
Next, it's the permanent session. We're gonna keep making this. We're gonna grind this thing to the ground. Are you kidding me? That's what we do there.
Until we all flee in terror.
That's right, flee in terror. Well, thank you, Rob, for that. And do you have any news on when the next issue is coming out?
Absolutely. Flipping and Turning is proceeding on schedule. We expect it at the end of the month.
Okay, end of the month, excellent. And patrons will get access to it first, and then, of course, as the tradition, and we are very happy, again, thanks to all the contributors, then we make it available on Drive-Thru RPG for everyone to download. It is free of charge. If you want a printed copy, you only have to pay the price that it costs us to print it and shipping, and you get with Rob, editor at grogcon.com. So again, we're not looking to make any money. If we do get more and more people, then it's just we can pay artists. We can just make it better and better. That's the goal. This is just an opportunity to share and keep particularly old school gaming going. So thanks so much, Rob, for all the work that you do.
All right, thank you guys, and enjoy the rest. I'll get off and watch the rest of the show.
All right, thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Take care, sir.
All right, I'm ready to. And I'd just like to point out, I've got my Affida orc.
You know, yeah, I have it, but I'm using
What's
this
it
other
say? I
cup.
can't really see it.
I know it's very hard to get a mug where you can read what it says. It says Affid Af Orc, which is the name of a tavern in Aurelian, which is a city that was in White Dwarf that our friend Daniel Collerton did, and it means he actually had his own language pretty much written up. It means head of the orc, so it's the head of the orc tavern, and they have orc heads hanging there. If you bring in an orc head, I think you get a free beer or something like that, if I recall.
Ooh.
Oh my God, Guinness is brown. I'm going to drink something that's brown. That's not root beer. Okay. Get a head on that.
And I was trying to be sensitive to people if I'm typing on the internets. It's the same stuff we drank last time.
I know.
Daniel.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I'm ready to go.
The fact that you're drinking it, I think the last time you poured a big amount, you had one sip, and then I was like, hey, can I have some of that? Because I needed to finish as much as possible of that.
And I think you did drink it, yeah. And I also have some cheese, Dubliner cheese
Oh,
wedges.
you get? I missed that. That was really good last time. I didn't buy any cheese.
Yeah. This is Dubliner cheese, packed. What do you think it's packed?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, meaning it's packaged.
Oh,
like
where is it packaged? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. Carlos, what do you think?
Dublin.
Evanston, Illinois.
Oh, all right. Home
There you
of.
go.
What is that?
Home of, is that Northwestern?
Yep. Very good.
Yep.
Very good.
Thank you. And I'll take college locations for 100, Carlos.
Okay.
So,
what else is Evanston's claim to fame?
Hmm.
That you guys are violating
packing,
right now. That you guys are
co-packing.
violating right now.
Co-packing Dubliner cheese.
Nope. It is one of the few dry cities in northern Illinois.
Interesting.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
so the kids at Northwestern aren't allowed to drink alcohol.
Yeah, it's funny. I bet. And made kills brain cells. They're smart. Those kids.
The Chamberlain says, let your beer rest for a bit since it just came out.
Oh, thank you. I need that advice. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, I will.
I've left mine sat for a while, so there you go.
Mine is cold, so I'm not going to do it warm. But okay. All right. Let's move on. Shall we?
Yes. I was waiting for, what'd you say, Big Ten college trivia? And I was waiting for Carlos to say, this college in Ann Arbor, Michigan can't win a football game to save their lives. And that's what I was waiting for, something like that. But
No.
Carlos, you would have enjoyed, I'm sure you may have seen that, after they lost to Illinois, some of the Twitter, from Michigan fans. Somebody said, breaking news, apparently Jim Harbaugh was coaching the game from the sideline.
Yeah, I did see that. I did see that. That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was rough. Yeah, that was a rough
It
game.
sure was a Red Berenson. Otherwise, you guys would have won by 50.
Oh, yeah, it was rough.
So today on GROGTALK, we are very fortunate to have Carlos come back on. We have all these holidays, and what better way to celebrate the holidays of the various events that we have throughout the year than have Carlos come on and murder our characters in a most indescribable way. So Carlos has graciously offered his time to come and spin a tale that Dan and I will travail through. And so Carlos, so the way this works is Carlos, Dan creates the characters, sends them to Carlos, and then with the holiday and the characters, he crafts a tale for us to do. Because people like us to explain, and the goal is for us to die in a way that we really don't know why we died, that's the thought of this segment, right, Dan?
Okay. Well, yes, it is. Should we talk about our characters a little bit first?
Yeah, are you
I had
picking
no
which one?
idea that the goal was that you guys weren't supposed to know how you died. That's
right.
interesting. Okay.
Oh, is that true? I didn't know. Well, I didn't know that either.
I didn't realize that.
I didn't either.
Well, because the original one, so Carlos infamously had a thing where I casted a fireball.
Yes, I did.
And into this room where brown mold, there was a horfox, right? Or if I remember correctly, and a brown mold. And so my wizard would have been killed instantly and had no idea how I died because it just, what do you mean I died? I cast fireball and now I'm dead? How did that happen? And it also started with the scrolls, the way we've read them, that cursed scrolls. You did not have to understand the reading of it, just sure the attempt at reading it. And of course, if those who've read the Dungeon Master's Guide, the curses some of them are horrific. You know, you get teleported, you get turned into water and drained away, if I remember correctly. What's some of the other ones, Carlos? I'm trying to remember.
There's some really brutal ones in there that are just, it reads like an episode of The Spectre.
Yes. So it's the idea of we don't know how we're dying. So I apologize, Carlos. That's the incomprehensible.
No, that's okay. I can actually do that to you on this one.
Yeah, it's incomprehensible how we're dying. So that's the idea. So I haven't chosen which character, Dan. You can pick whichever one you'd like. I can either be Dangly or I could be Tipsy.
Let's just roll for it.
All right. I don't have green dice, so you'll have to roll.
Okay, so 1, 2, or 3, I'll be Tipsy. 4, 5, or 6, I'll be Dangly.
Okay.
I rolled a 3, so I'm Tipsy.
All right.
So shall I talk a little bit about, so the listeners out there know a little bit about who we are?
Right. I think you should.
So I'm Tipsy Pinkles. I am a hair-feet halfling, male, 101 years old, 2'9", 52 pounds. I am a 4th level thief. I am lawful neutral. I have a club named Woody. I have a 4-leaf clover that acts as a stone of good luck. I have a donkey who is a disagreeable beast named Barley. I have 100 gold pieces that I embezzled. My patron deity is Ferment, the lawful evil halfling deity of beer, who I know, because Carlos is familiar with all deities, so I know he knows Ferment very well. Mm-hmm. The backstory is Tipsy is part owner of the Bloodthirsty Sturge, a tavern. He is also part owner of Sturge's Red Ale, which is, of course, served warm. At any time, there's a 75% chance he will be intoxicated. 1 to 2 is slight, 3 to 4 moderate, 5 to 6 great. Over about 80 years, he's stolen enough things from patrons to rise to 4th level because his DM awards XP for pickpocketing. He's never left his village. That is Tipsy Pinkles.
And I am playing Dangly Proboscis. Yes, Dangly Proboscis with the leprechaun, with the shamrock here. I am a harefoot halfling male. I was slightly taller at one point. Again, we'll have to get into that. Dangly's part.
You're 120. You're 127, so I think you're getting kind of old, aren't you?
Yeah, I am pretty old. I'm old for
You're shrinking.
That's right. Abe Lincoln. Oh, sorry. That's a different show. The 4th level fighter, and Dangly is also part owner of the Bloodthirsty Sturge, and also part owner of Sturge's Red Ale. We're very entrepreneurial, and I too I'm drunk most of the time, and I fought off the attack of a Sturge at a halfling village. I was made head of the guard. And over the course of 100 years, I've gained enough experience, been killing rats to be 4th level. I've never left the village, like you. We're cloistered in this village. Why leave the
and don't-
Shire?
And don't forget about your mule. That's a stubborn beast
Oh,
named
that's right. I'm sorry. I forgot about where's the stupid mule? I mean, where's the mule?
James. I spent a lot of time on these. Okay, I'd
Perhaps.
appreciate it if you.
It's kind of buried in there. It's under equipment. That's
I
very.
know it is, and your
my
longsword is
long-
named Rusty.
Well, that was the question I had. Can a tall fellow a harefoot can have a longsword? Because
Probably
certainly,
not.
because I thought halflings
Probably
could not calve
We'll see.
longswords.
We'll see.
Yeah,
That's up to Carlos.
that's true.
I'm going to allow it. I'm going to say it's relative to size, so I'm not too worried about it.
Okay.
Besides that, I wouldn't expect you guys to live too long.
True. So that's our characters, Carlos.
Right. Okay. Well, let's begin our incomprehensible death segment of this episode. The village that you guys spoke of, that you guys have lived in since the beginning of your lives, is a place called Millhaven. Millhaven's hidden away in the heartland of the Duchy of Ernst, bracketed between the western edge of the Celadon Forest and a lonely moor. It has a population of barely more than 100 souls that make their living from the fruits of the immense timberland of the Celadon, either through hunting or logging. But Millhaven's population is probably best known for having a very incredibly varied racial composition. You can find elven tree houses there next to human homes, interspersed between halfling burrows. It's very multicultural. And it's tucked far enough away in the Duchy of Ernst that it's pretty much ignored by Duke Karl until tax time every year. It's a very peaceful place where not too much happens. Recently, however, great tragedy has come to Millhaven. Beginning with the conclusion of autumn, young women in the village have started to disappear one by one. The instances of the vanishings have a similar theme. They happen in some busy public location. And in the chaos inherent in such events, the people that are abducted are never seen again. At first, these disappearances, people thought they were just isolated incidents, perhaps related to wanderlust or some yearning for life in a nearby town that was a little busier. But as they began to escalate in numbers, the idea that someone or something has been kidnapping these young women can't be ignored any longer. In total, 13 young women are now missing from the village of Millhaven. This is where you two come in, because we're going to begin gameplay at the Bloodthirsty Sturge, of which you two are the owners, and you have become famous locally for your Red Sturge Ale, a draught that is most powerful and inexpensive thanks to the cheap ingredients and methods that render it. Business is booming right now. The Bloodthirsty Sturge, the locals of Millhaven are choosing to eschew other establishments in favor of frequenting the tavern after their daily toils concluded. The place, mostly one of the reasons why it's become so popular is because you're both halflings. It takes the form of an underground burrow. And while it's not overly large, the place's ceiling has been raised generously to accommodate human patrons, so it seems a little bit bigger than it really is. But sadly, the popularity of the Bloodthirsty Sturge has taken a little bit of a hit recently because last week during a Cave Nicholspeak show, he's a local well-liked bard, another young woman disappeared. Horrifyingly, this was Aoife McConaughey, the young daughter of Cersei McConaughey, who is a local hedge mage and healer. Aoife, the biggest problem with Aoife's disappearance is Aoife was only 8 years old, and her vanishing has rocked and terrorized the small community even more profoundly than everyone was already traumatized. Her apparent abduction has set off several manhunts of both the moors to the west and the forest to the east, as well as a thorough questioning and investigation of every living soul within Millhaven. Most of this investigation has already been conducted by the village's sheriff, who's a human man named Richard Slade. Sheriff Slade's a 6'3" hulk of a man with a full beard of red hair, a shaven pate, and an intimidating gaze. Last night, he came by the tavern to inform both of you to expect him to stop in to finish up his investigation by questioning you tomorrow. When a man such as Slade speaks, it's wise to listen, so you've ensured that the tavern was closed during the day in preparation for his arrival, and so you can be questioned by yourselves. It's about noon when the tavern's door opens, and Sheriff Slade enters, ducking his head in to fit through the circular portal of the halfling burrow. And immediately, as soon as he walks in, you realize he's not alone. With him is the mother of the disappeared Cersei McConaughey, who's wearing an expression of only barely concealed fury. Sheriff Slade takes his hat off, walks over to the bar, puts it down on the bar, and sits down, looks at the both of you. Cersei doesn't take a seat. She just kind of stands there with a glare that could probably set flammables alight. Sheriff, you guys both already know him. He's very well known around the town and around the village, but yet at the same time he introduces himself. Morning, boys. Sheriff Slade. This is Cersei McConaughey. You know why I'm here, right?
We do.
How drunk are you both?
I rolled a 92, so I'm actually not intoxicated.
Oh.
You're sober.
I don't know what happened, but I'm sober apparently. So.
I rolled a 95.
Wow.
We're both sober.
Yes,
okay.
We're both sober at this time.
The guy is so intimidating, you both decided you want to show up sober.
Oh, wait, but I think we're supposed to roll every 30 seconds, aren't we?
Yes. Well, we are drinking. It's just a question of, because we don't drink water, we drink. So we
just started.
Yeah, we just started.
Says, as he mentioned, he tells you, I'm only going to ask you a few questions about the night that Miss McConaughey's daughter, Aoife, disappeared. You know Cersei, don't you? Now, Cersei's got a reputation in town as well. No one quite knows who Aoife's mother or her father is, so that's kind of scandalous. Aoife is Elvish, as is her mother, Cersei. She's kind of quiet and just intense, but she loves her daughter very much. And so the fact that she's absolutely seething over this does not surprise you guys at all. Okay. You know Cersei and Aoife, yeah?
Of course.
Yeah.
So sorry about the disappearance of your daughter.
Shocking.
She just stares like a hole in you almost when you say that. You're getting the very distinct impression that because she disappeared here, that she actually may think that you're responsible somehow for this or know something. Well, you obviously know that Aoife is missing. Does it strike you as odd, either one of you two? You know her in passing. Does she seem like the kind of girl that would run away on her own?
No,
the sheriff.
Sheriff Slade. Well, I'm halfling. Well, Sheriff Slade. I cannot. It's just so peculiar.
Yeah, that's not suspicious at all. Nice.
14 women abducted. It's just bad for business, right? Tipsy, it's bad for business. It's bad for the town. This is not good for Millhaven. And now the precious little Aoife. It's terrible.
Terrible. We will cooperate in any way we can. How can we help you out, Sheriff Slade?
Well, just answering the questions should be good enough. Well, Miss McConaughey, as I mentioned, she disappeared on Star Day last week, sometime before midnight when your bard was playing. Do you remember who was in the tavern that night? Anyone in specific? My understanding, as I said, there was a bard playing that evening. Do you remember who it was?
Do you have the books? Dangley, do you have the books? Do you remember? Was it Foggy Prose?
Yeah, I thought so. You know, I think that was Open Liar Day. That was, pretty much we let anyone show up. So, but I think so.
He has a pad in his hand and begins to take some notes. You recall anything suspicious happening the evening Aoife disappeared? Anything that would strike you as odd that you think might help the investigation?
There was that half-orc in the corner with the one arm. Do you remember him, Dangley?
I think so. I mean, it was busier than normal, but it was very smoky, and we were running around, and I don't know, when we built this place, we made the bar too tall. I could barely see people. You know, there's just tall people and less tall people.
The last time I saw her, I think she was at... The last time I saw her, I think she was at wasn't she playing Centipede in the corner?
That's right, the human centipede. Yes, that's right, correct.
Kind of laughs a bit. Let's see. Nothing else then, huh?
I'm sorry, Sheriff. I wish we could be more help.
Yeah, Sheriff, this is
He
terrible.
stands up. He picks up his hat off the table and says, well, if anything should happen, come to either one of you. Please let me know. You know where the sheriff's office is in town. Till then, I think that's all the questions I have for the two of you.
So Sheriff, has there been, with those other disappearances, has there been any kind of clue or something that we should be looking out for? I mean, it's just, these women are being stolen right in the daylight.
Well, I don't think either one of you has to worry, per se, he says. I don't see you two out in town very much. From what I understand, the two of you are pretty industrious here with the tavern, yeah?
Well, you know, Tipsy and I, we've got beer to make and beer to drink. Isn't that right, Tipsy?
That's right, Dangly.
The woman, as soon as he puts his hat on and gets ready to say something like he's getting ready to make his way for the door, she stops and just glares at him. Why aren't you arresting them?
Arresting
They're
us?
clearly guilty. Aren't you going to do something? Look at them. Look at them. You can see it on their faces. My daughter disappeared here. Do something.
Dangly, run.
Cersei, relax, please. Don't do something you're going to end up with.
Don't run.
Leave these two alone. We've asked our questions. No, not at all. She turns around. She looks like she's going to come after you for a second. He kind of grabs her by the waist.
Oh, jeez.
And you can see him kind of look almost apologetically over her shoulder at the two of you. And she looks at the both of you, and she just is glaring with these feral eyes at you, and she says, in a voice that actually is like reduces the temperature in the room itself. She says the following. Oh. You who have taken my beloved daughter from me, hear my voice. As my heart is dead, so too will you die. As I failed the flower of my soul, I curse you to fail at your every endeavor. Die as she that disappeared, die as I, a failure of a mother. And she begins to just wail, crying, and Slade just rolls his eyes and says, come on, Cersei, come. He starts pulling her, kicking and screaming all the while out of the door.
Carlos, do you need us to make a saving throw?
I do not know.
Can I make a dex check to see if I spilled my beer as she's screaming at me? Because
if you'd like to, but I think you guys are both you're professional drunks, and I don't think you need to worry about it.
Because that was pretty dramatic.
She seems nice.
This is what go ahead.
Over the course of the next week, the two of you realize that nobody ever comes back to the sheriff doesn't come back to bother you. Neither does Cersei. But it's clear to you that something is definitely amiss at the Bloodthirsty Sturge. In the tavern's kitchen, behind its bar, several serious accidents begin to occur, from a blighted barrel of red sturge ale to dropping 3 flats of glassware on the stone floor to nearly burning the entire place to the ground after falling asleep while cooking. Worse, business has dried up to a bare trickle. Word has circulated around Millhaven that the tavern and its owners were cursed by Cersei McConaughey as a revenge for their part in the kidnapping of her daughter, which of course you've had nothing to do with, though the rumors say otherwise. These rumors, though, they do nothing to attract people to the place.
This is terrible.
We should, Dangly, you think we should file a lawsuit, maybe, for tortious interference?
As you're talking about that, the door opens and Sheriff Slade comes back in with his hat. Kind of walks over to the bar, puts his hat down. Red Sturge, please.
Sheriff?
Nah, it's kind of drinks. How are you boys doing today?
We're terrible.
Better.
Things are going from bad to worse.
When are you going to solve, Sheriff? When are you going to finally solve these mysterious disappearances so we can be cleared and our business can be back to normal?
Well, as soon as the perpetrator turns himself in. How does that sound?
What you wait for?
Takes his drink and starts to drink the Red Sturge.
I look at Dangly.
He looks at the two of you and puts his mug down and says, listen, I'm here to try and help you. He says, I was here when Cersei said what she said. Now, it's impossible for us to prove that she cursed you, but there's people around town that want this bar opened. They want it booming again. They're friends of yours.
Oh, thank goodness.
And so they've told me a little bit about what's going on here. But I have a suggestion for you. Cersei thinks that you're responsible for the disappearance. You can't prove that you're not. But I'd like the two of you to help me in the investigation somewhat.
Well, anything. We are many things, Sheriff. Drunkards, old, short, dumb, ugly, but we're not murderers.
Shut up, Dangly.
What?
Yeah, what can we do for you, Sheriff?
He looks at the two of you and smiles and says, I have one lead on where she might be. By following it, by visibly helping in the investigation, I can very publicly tell everybody that you've been helping. I can go back to Cersei, and maybe I can convince her to relieve whatever kind of ill luck she's placed on the both of you. But
Speak.
And this is the next day, so we should roll if we're drunk again.
oh yeah, you should roll for your drunkenness.
Oh yeah, I'm totally drunk this time. Okay.
You gotta roll. Then you gotta roll a die 6. Though.
Yeah, I gotta roll a
That
die
should be
6.
easier.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm 40. I am too.
How loaded are you both?
Oh, I'm greatly
I'm
drunk.
greatly drunk. 6.
Okay.
Carly,
Well, clearly the stress of the situation has really worked on.
Yeah.
We're drinking our profits, James. I mean, Dangly, we're drinking the. Can I ask you a question, Carlos? Outside of the game, just a little metagaming question.
Of course.
Did we do it?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, back to the game. Wait, did Dangly do it?
No.
Okay.
No. Neither one of you did. At least that's what you've been telling each other.
All right, we're just
night
totally
that
drunk.
Aetha disappeared. I did a little bit of snooping around the village. It's my job. And I found, I'm no ranger, but I found tracks heading out in the direction of the end of the road. Now, when he says the end of the road, the both of you immediately know what it is. About 5 miles down, literally at the end of the road that bisects Millhaven to the south, that's where their graveyard is. There's many different types. It's a very eclectic place. There's like elvish trees whose roots are fed by the ashes of those past. There's halfling barrow mounds and human graves there. I followed the trail out to the end of the road, but I wasn't able to find anything noteworthy there. Now, I've done a little bit of research on you boys. He flips his notepad up. Says, Tipsy, you Radagast City, something about thievery, right? Flips over again. Something about getting caught. What about you there, Dangly? I see aiding and abetting, fleeing and eluding. Seems like you boys are practiced burglars. I never knew that before.
We did our time, Sheriff.
I'm not worried about you doing your time.
Dan, we're greatly intoxicated. Dan, we're greatly intoxicated. Dan,
We did the time,
Your intelligence is a 3 now.
So
mine's a 1. So we should be.
We wouldn't be having this conversation right now if I thought you were guilty, boys. What I'm pointing out is that you both are experienced burglars. So I figure you have the skills to help me out.
Clearly.
Check out. You boys been drinking already? It's
Dangly!
What time is it?
I told you to pee outside. Pee outside, Dangly. I told you.
What time is it?
Don't pee in the burrow. How
Let
many
me look
times
at my watch. Time to drink.
Dangly, put your proboscis back.
Head on down to the end of the road. See what you can find out down there. Come back to me if you find anything. If you don't find anything, that's fine. Just let me know.
They'll never see us coming, Sheriff.
I bet they won't.
They'll smell us coming, though, Dangly.
He takes his hat, puts it back on. Cuthbert be with you, boys. Turns around, starts walking out towards the door.
You know you got a problem. The sheriff's counting on us. he's at the end of his he's got nowhere else to go. Nothing else to do. The trail has gone cold.
What will the two of you guys do?
What do you want to do, Dangly?
I reckon we need to go vacate ourselves.
Okay, I'll get barley. You get hops, okay?
Okay. We could do
All
that.
right. So we're gonna get on. I'm gonna get Tipsy.
Tipsy?
Pickles is getting on-
Tipsy?
Yes, Dangly. Yes, Dangly.
I love you, Tipsy.
I told you to put your proboscis back.
I love
All
you,
right,
Tipsy.
Dangly.
This
It's
is-
all dangling
If
and
something,
stuff.
listen. If something happens, I want you to keep the bar open. You can go on without me.
Oh, I love you, Dangly. I will.
Okay.
Come here.
All right.
Give me. All right.
This is
You smell funny, Dangly.
this is great. Okay. Help me up on hops.
Okay, I'll get you. I get down and I push Dangly up onto hops, and then I kind of get onto barley, and we're ready to go.
Here, as you guys get out into the road, a family walks by. The mother pulls a kid away from where you guys are walking. It's those degenerate halflings.
We're
again.
saving the village. We're
Dangly.
saving the village.
Dangly, we forgot to get dressed.
Reckon that's why they're looking at us funny.
Never, we don't have time.
That's right.
Two of you guys will head on down to the end of the road. This graveyard. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So first thing in the morning, the two of you walk into the graveyard. As it's a very eerie place, there's wind chimes that are hung up in places. When the wind rolls through there, they just kind of make this unearthly kind of noise.
What was that? What was that, Dangly? Oh, okay, never mind.
Oh.
Just the wind.
Your
don't fret.
donkeys and mule seem not perturbed by this at all. They stop at the gate to the end of the road. Wait for you. No problem.
All right, we tie up barley and hop so they don't wander off.
Right.
And okay, so
So I fell off my horse, unfortunately, because I'm so drunk. But I think I fell off.
Jane,
The
what does the
mule.
DMG? What is Carlos? What does the DMG say about drunkenness effect on thieving skills?
Actually, I don't know what it says about thieving skills. I know what it says about on 2 hit scores.
So I think there should be no deduction at all unless it was affecting my dexterity, and that's it. So I would like to.
Your dexterity is like -6 now.
I'm going to say, Dan, by the way, too, that you're so used. It's like, those studies that they used to say when you're in college about when you study drunk, you should take the test drunk?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm going to say you did so many jobs drunk that you're actually worse as a thief when you're sober.
Right. When I'm sober, I'm all shaking.
Right, exactly.
Now,
The
very
TCs are
steady.
terrible for you. Right.
This is awesome. All right. Yeah. So I'm in perfect thieving condition. So I would like to. I know I'm not a ranger, but I'd like to just inspect the ground to see if I see anything unusual, any tracks that would be obvious to even a non-ranger.
You notice?
Yeah, there's heavy footprints that come and go from here. That's to be expected, though, in a graveyard. I mean, people come and they go. There's some that are relatively recent, but then again, remember, this is about a week ago that this disappearance happened, so it's hard to say.
Okay.
You also notice a halfling in front of you that's sprawled out on the floor because he's passed out now.
Yeah, he's hanging right over a tombstone.
I'd like to try to. Well, I know I said he didn't have any clothes, so I'll let you interpret it as you wish. I would like to try to pick his pockets.
Yeah. Well, considering his condition, give me a percentage die roll.
Okay. And I'm not sure exactly what I'm picking since he's not clothed, but I'll leave that up to you. I rolled a 72.
I think you failed.
You get a handful of something absolutely unmentionable.
Dangly! What have you been doing with this?
Dangly, all right.
Dangly.
Oh, I think you got that thing that was bothering. It's stuck up in there. Thank you, Tipsy.
Dangly, what are you doing with this oil of slipperiness or whatever?
You're better than a prune soup cocktail to clean me out. Thank you.
Halfling enema. Okay.
That's a second breakfast. So.
All right, I'm taking this seriously. Tipsy is going to. Sorry, Dangly. Yeah, I'm gonna look
Your
around.
names are Dangly and Tipsy. How serious can you take it exactly?
You can't blame us. That's our mama gave us that name.
That's true.
Right.
Continue.
I am going to.
Lushy was her name. That's right. So go ahead.
I know this is vague, but I'm going to look around for what I think is anything unusual.
Okay. I need you to roll me a 6-sider. Tipsy, you're just sitting, or Dangly, I should say, you're just gonna totally let him do his thing.
Yeah, I'm hanging, like you said, using a gravestone to hold me up at this point.
Okay, please roll me your die roll.
Both of us or one? I'm sorry.
Carlos, does Dangly roll as well?
No, just you. Dangly has no concept of what's going on.
Yeah.
Tipsy rolls a 3.
Tipsy, nah, not really. It's hard to. I mean, you can see the barrow not too far from here, where your grandparents and your mother and father were laid interred. You can see that the tree where the old widow Inathril was just buried about maybe a month ago. But I mean, nothing is really standing out to you too over much.
Dangly, get up! I need your help.
Okay, we're up.
You're the smart one.
Yeah. Sure.
Dangly, do you have any ideas, Dangly?
Dangly and Tipsy, both you roll a 20 for me.
Okay.
I think an idea is going to happen to us.
13.
2.
Okay, Tipsy, you have been incarcerated enough times to know that standing out here in broad daylight is probably not going to reveal the presence of somebody who wants to be hidden. Someone that's going to do that is probably going to come and go at night. Mm. So doing this in the middle of the day may not be useful.
Dangly, I have an idea. I think that doing this in the middle of the day might not be a good idea, because the person that would be doing this may not come and go during the day. So maybe what we should do is we should come back here at night and watch and see who comes and goes.
Well, the good news is I brought ale on hops, and we can just sit here and see if someone comes.
That's a great idea. And I have another idea too, Dangly. We should dress you up as a small teenage girl and use you as bait. I'm all alone here in the graveyard.
But you're the small one. You're the one with the purty mouth, not me.
I do seem to be better than you in all respects. That's true, Dangly. But we wouldn't want to lose me. If one of us had to go, it should be you, because I need to carry on the business. So Dangly, all right, never mind. That's a terrible idea. You're right, Dangly. Carlos, is there a place where we think that we could hide and have a good vantage point?
Yeah, over by the trees where the elves bury theirs.
We should go over by the trees where the elves bury their wow, I would stink to die as an elf, because that was a long life. Finally died. Okay, there's like 3 trees. 1 tree. That one elf who died. So okay. So we will go on over there. We will bring barley and hops, and we will wait and drink.
Correct.
Okay, so the two of you guys sit there, and you drink for most of the day. If you guys weren't drunk before, you guys are rip-roaring, slobbering fools by the time sundown comes.
I assume we just pass out and we wake up and it's nighttime.
I would say that's probably true.
You mean it's Wednesday for us?
Yeah, something's crawling into your mouth. That kind of thing.
People are coming to pay their respects. Yeah. The gravers, 2 naked halflings.
Degenerate halflings again. That kind of thing. Well, when you do wake up, you're woken up by the sound of the wind. It's cold outside. There's a gentle rain falling.
Oh.
A little bit of thunder in the air. Kind of quiet. I need you both roll. I need Dan to roll me a percentage dice, and I need James to roll me a 6-sider.
I rolled 1.
I rolled an 8.
Oh my gosh, you guys both got it. You with your hear noise ability, and you with your just investigative. Yeah. Cool. Okay. The both of you guys can hear a noise. It seems to be coming from the halfling burrow. the barrow mound. It sounds to you like a young girl having a conversation with somebody, kind of a quiet, just kind of whispering back and forth.
Dangly, I'm gonna move silently and try to hear. So Carlos, Dangly, you stay back here.
Oh, I'm not going anywhere. My head is pounded. Did we drink all of the red sturge out? My head is just killing me.
Shh.
I gotta say, Asmodeus looks after fools, because I just rolled an 05 and a 24 for this. Okay, so you go over to the door.
Fools.
You're watching him. You're watching him from a distance.
Oh yeah.
Dangly, and listens at the door, and you hear a voice. It sounds like it's Elvish, and it's talking to somebody, almost like it's engaged in a conversation, maybe with like a younger sister. Don't worry, they'll come soon. They'll come soon, and when they do, we can go warn Mommy.
I go back and I tell Dangly what I heard. Dangly, this is what I heard. When they come soon, we can go and tell Mommy. What do you make of that, Dangly?
I'm making.
Dangly?
We ran out of beer and it's cold and I'm naked and I'm afraid. That's
okay.
What I think is happening.
I start talking to Hops. Hops, what do you make of this?
It just kind of stares back at you.
Well, it's better than what I got. That's what I'm going to take.
Let's go. Why would there be elves in our hallowed borough?
It's strange, isn't it?
Are you sure it's not? Sure, it's not a halfling talking Elvish.
So, how many voices did I pick up?
Just one.
Just one. In Elvish. Young.
Did you recognize the voice of Adler? Sorry, Ada.
Any recognition, Carlos?
You don't know her well enough to be able to determine what her voice would sound like. It could very well be her, though.
Okay, and so this was a door that was to the. Can you describe this to me?
Yeah, it's just like a circular door going into a hobbit burrow. Mm-hmm. It's just sealed with quicklime all the way around the edges.
And I know that this would be to this is a barrow mound.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Is it anyone in particular? Do I know whose barrow mound it is, or is it just for multiple?
It's for multiple. It's for the halflings of the community.
Okay. And so is it easy? Can you walk in? You said it was sealed.
Yes, you can. So
I can walk right on in.
Yep.
Dangly, I'm going to try to open that door a little bit and take a peek-see in, okay?
Yeah. I think we need to find out where the girl is, right? So, what's my weapon? I got a sword. I got a dagger. I'll stand behind you with the dagger.
You don't want to use Rusty, your longsword?
No, I'll throw it at the fool who comes at you.
You cover me. All right. So Carlos Tipsy is going to move silently back up there, and I assume with my infravision, because it's nighttime, we don't have a light source. We didn't mention it. Mm-hmm. Am I picking up anything unusual in the area?
Yeah, you've seen a couple rabbits, but that's about it.
Okay. And this was interesting because were we awake enough before we heard this sound such that we would have seen someone coming? So, it's
probably not. No.
Oh, okay.
The two of you guys have been wrecked all day long. So.
Got it. Okay. I'm going to go up. I'm going to creep up, and I'm going to try to silently open the door. And Tipsy's going to take a peek-see inside.
I need the both of you to roll me a 20-sider.
I rolled a 20.
I rolled a 14.
James, roll me one more, please.
Another 20?
Yeah.
I rolled a 5 this time.
Okay.
And just to remind you, I do have a luck stone, though I know that's only for very limited things.
Yes, I know.
Yeah.
The two of you open the door. Dan.
Tipsy.
Or Tipsy, I should say. Thank you.
Who's Dan?
You open, yeah, who's there? You open the door, try to crack it open. There's something kind of green, luminous inside of there, like fairy fire. And that is the last thing that you see. James, I should say Dangley, you're watching him, and from inside of the barrow, you hear a horrible wailing shriek of a noise that affects you somewhere deep within. It almost like seems to shake the soul loose from your body.
Oh.
And you two die.
We're dead?
Yep. You're both dead. Would you like to know what happened?
Yes, and I am going to, because we are lawful neutral. So where are we heading? Hopefully.
That would
Nirvana.
be to Nirvana.
Nirvana.
Oh, that would be Nirvana.
Which is where
So,
that was the question. You put Nirvana, not Concordia, like
That's
I
true.
did. So you were close.
So let me explain to you what happened. The killer of the young girl is a local hunter by the name of Broyne, David Broyne, and the girl that he killed. One of the reasons why I was irked by the Banshee segment was because this episode was all about Banshees for me, and I've done a lot of research on them in the last week.
Oh, are you bothered by that part of Jeopardy? I don't.
The whole thing about the Banshees is that their whole concept is they're supposed to warn the living about the dead, about fates that are going to happen to them. So what I did is I spliced the two pieces of Banshee history together, being an elvish female and the warning of the fates of the past. The girl she's supposed to shriek when she sees somebody that's going to die. And that was you guys. And she shrieked. Now, the reason why you both died, even though James rolled a 20, is the curse that happened at the beginning of this episode forces you to make 2 saving throws against anything that you have to save against.
Oh, man, that was the wrongful curse. We were innocent. This is a travesty of justice.
That's why the 2 of you ended up dying. The coda of this is the PCs who... That's funny. Strangely, if the PCs are slain by the Banshee, events come to a far happier conclusion. With the barrow door open, because the whole reason why Aoife could not leave the burrow was because it's been warded, because halflings don't want their kind rising again as undead. Aoife is able to leave the burial place and warn her mother that I think Broyne comes for her next. When he does, he'll find Sheriff Slade and a group of 5 men waiting for him. After the beating he'll receive at their hands, the handman's noose will seem merciful. By dawn, he'll swing from the gallows, and Millhaven can begin the process of mourning their dead and healing afterwards. So the fact is that you guys' death ended up releasing her so that she could do her business and actually save the day.
Yes. That's great. So we're going to Nirvana. That's not so bad.
We're going to Nirvana. If you guys would have slain the Banshee, or if you would have just returned to Millhaven to get Slade for reinforcements, the scenario has a much less happy ending.
So we did the right thing.
By dying.
And not. Can I roll for? I don't know if it's too late now. I'd like to roll for divine intervention of Ferment.
Of course you can.
The lawful evil halfling deity of beer. I rolled a 60. James, you're not going to do a chance for Ferment?
You're going deep, by the way, with Ferment. Just so you know.
I'm a deep kind of guy.
That's deep.
You like that? Anything?
I would have gone Green Man myself, but
the Green Man. That's right.
You got to do that for Irish history, right?
Yeah, well, we did the Green Man. Actually, we talked about the Green Man. I think last year, didn't we, James? Isn't that the Green Man?
Okay, well, there you go.
In Pelennor, yeah. James used to worship the Green Man in my Pelennor campaign. We can't hear you. Oh, you guys? Did you hear James?
I'm sorry, because.
Okay, yeah, that wouldn't have been divine intervention.
No divine intervention. But no, that was great because, right? Because if everyone came and she wailed, everyone with like 30 feet or whatever has to make a save.
Exactly. Everybody dies. So
we took one for the team.
The scenario was called "Where Are You Going? Where Have You Been?" which is the title of my favorite short story ever, which is written by Joyce Carol Oates, which is about the disappearances of young girls. I was going to name it after a famous she's Irish Catholic famously, but I was going to name it after an Irishman like James Joyce, but I decided to go with that instead.
So
Well, James, you got it. We never knew. We never saw it coming.
That's right. It's incomprehensible. We couldn't figure out.
Yeah.
You guys wanted something incomprehensible, so I decided to make it incomprehensible.
Well, that seems that's the spirit of this. Yes, and people have commented the Green Man's English anyway, so it's we.
Okay, well there you go. I didn't know that. That's good.
Yeah.
Most importantly, though, Carlos, how do barley and hops fare? Can you tell us a little bit about, like at the end of the movie where it says what happens to people?
Right.
What happened to them? How do they fare?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, barley and hops were tied there, but when the Banshee came to Cersei, Cersei realized she made a terrible mistake in blaming the two of you for her daughter's death. And after being warned by her daughter about the fact that Broyn was coming for her, she loosed the two animals and put them to work at her landscape where they lived happy lives.
Oh, very nice.
Their day.
Very nice. I thought there was a chance they might actually operate the Sturgis.
No. That's beyond them. However, after everything was done, the sheriff ended up taking you guys' bodies back, and they were going to inter you. But then they realized that Tipsy had clearly been embezzling all the money that was in his pockets. So whereas Dangley got an honorable burial of a hero, you're in an unmarked grave.
Oh, but I did go to Nirvana. Or should I roll for that?
Yeah, let's roll for that.
Yeah, because that seems like I've been embezzling a lot. Okay, hold on.
You've been embezzling an awful lot.
27.
Oh yeah, you can go ahead and you go to Nirvana.
I go to the Abyss.
No, you go to it's Archeron. It's lawful. It's
a little over.
Yeah.
A little left, a little right of center there.
Yeah.
Okay, no, but not down.
No,
not the hells.
Thank goodness. I'm gonna go to the Dangley. I'm going to the Abyss.
Yeah.
Will you visit?
You go to Archeron.
Will you visit?
Visit me in the Abyss, Dangley.
You don't make the Abyss. You'd be in the night. You're lawful evil, I would say at that point. So you'd be in Archeron. You'd be kind of south of.
You'd be in Archeron for sure.
Yeah, that's.
Look south of heaven.
You're like on the border. You're like, I took the wrong exit.
I can step out.
Yeah,
It's like
hear you mumble out a Slayer reference there. Did I just hear you say south of heaven?
That's right. That's right.
That's what I thought I said.
So I'm like, I could be like half the time here. It's like a split family or whatever, I half the time I'm in one place.
No, it's like not limbo. What do they call that? Speaking of Catholic terms, purgatory. That's right. You're in Archeron, which is kind of like purgatory. You have to spend some time there. So again, thank you, Carlos, for that. We really appreciate you. For those who don't know, you are a hard-working man, working not only for his company, but he has a job as well. Stays up at night, does his thing, and then stays on with us. So we really appreciate you being a good sport and doing that.
Hey, it's no problem, fellas. This episode, like I said, is that I did. This is 5 pages long. If anybody wants the scenario, they're welcome. I'd be more than happy to send.
Yeah, I think it would be a lot of fun. Again, we're pressed for time. If this could be more of a murder mystery for people to flesh this out, and you've already put everything.
It's definitely. It's as I was writing it, I was realizing it could be a lot of fun if it were fleshed out. And I was talking to Amanda, the merch Valkyrie, the other day, and we were talking about I've done so many of these for holiday themed things for you that I'm actually thinking about packaging them.
Yeah.
It's a compilation module. So maybe
and if you want, you have permission to use our likeness in various forms of death. You could just have. Like a calendar, you have the page, and then you see us dying at Christmas, dying in.
I will have my interior artists draw every one of your NPCs just like the two of you, except like as halflings or as clerics.
That would be great.
It would be fantabulous.
And Carlos, obviously, if you want to use these PCs as part of
yes.
This part of your, please feel free to let us know. We could probably work something out.
As I was driving home, I was thinking of that. I'm like, I'm going to include these PCs that Dan creates. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
I think my readers might have to roll System Shock.
It doesn't seem like Carlos.
Well, it's a collaboration. That part is. So we've got a couple of things since you're on. One, we do want to announce obviously that GROGTALK is coming in October. Carlos is one of our featured guest DMs who's going to come and run like he did 2 years ago. What happened, for those who are new to the show, is Carlos wrote an adventure exclusive for GROGTALK. You know, he has a publishing schedule. There it is. And the Porcelain Sword of Queen Ashala. And he ran it there a number of times. It was a great event. So we're going to do it again. So we talked, and Carlos basically said, you know, I really like when people submit titles and do that. So if you want, so we have the name, the GROGCon 2021, or the convention that we're hosting, Adventure Contest. So if you send your submissions to info@grogcon.com, I'm going to say by April 15th. That gives enough time, but not so much that people forget about it.
Tax day.
And you can also go to our Twitter @GROGTALK, or you can go to our Discord and go under GROGCon 2021 and just say, but if you know, that's if you want to share it. The best way to keep it hidden is info@grogcon.com. I will send those to Carlos, and then we'll probably do it sometime in April, whether we'll roll for it or Carlos will pick it. I don't know whatever. What's your thoughts on that? I forgot how we did it the last time.
Yeah. Everybody, as I recall, everybody went ahead and sent things in, and I decided which one I liked best,
Right.
and
Okay.
And then we just named it from there. But if you want to do it a little bit more codified than that, I like.
That. Well, you should. You know, it's really an opportunity to be inspired, and that's what you said last time. It was
absolutely. The one that won last year was Porcelain Sword of Queen Ashala, and it gave me a chance to do something I've always wanted to do, which was something that was kind of Middle East themed.
Yeah.
Which is in I do everything Greyhawk, so it's the Bakloonish states for me,
right.
And I was like, the title just was really evocative to me as something that would be in that kind of region. So it gave me a chance to do something I hadn't done before, and if something like that happened again, it would be awesome.
And so what that means is, obviously, if your title is picked, you would get a PDF copy of the adventure for winning the contest. So
That's right.
April 15th, send it to info@grogcon.com. And again, we'll announce this the next couple of times, but we definitely want to start moving on that. One of the things Dan and I were talking about is, you know, I don't know, have you done tournament modules before, as in scoring tournament modules?
Sure have.
So I didn't know, you know, last time we wrote the tournament module, you wrote the featured module. Does it make sense for yours to be the tournament module? That's something, we don't have to make the decision now, but that's something that we were thinking about. Maybe that makes, and so that do you want us to help you run the tournament? These are some of the questions. We got months to figure it out, but those are some of the things we're thinking about.
It doesn't really matter to me per se. It would change the scope of how I would write it to some degree.
Yeah.
I would want it to be a little bit more straightforward, a little bit less open-ended and nebulous if it were a tournament module,
right?
Because that way you can a game master can handle situations in roughly the same way every time.
Right. No, that makes a lot of sense. So we haven't confirmed that, but that was one of the discussions. It's like, well, you know, we want people to be part of the tournament. We want people to enjoy your module. You know, maybe we should combine both. So we'll talk more about that as we get closer. Just something, right, Dan?
It's exciting. It's really exciting, and I'm pleased to always do stuff that's in conjunction with what you guys do. I think you guys do such a great job, and being able to contribute in some small way is awesome for me.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think, and we'll leave it up to you. If you want to do it as a tournament module, great. We'd be thrilled with that. If you'd prefer to do it separate, great. Whatever you want to do, we're good with. So just let us know.
Let's see what the fans say, and your patrons and the people on Discord and whatever they have to say with the title. I think it'll inspire me one way or another, and I can make that decision then.
Sounds great. Yeah. I've already got a title. I'm not going to say what it is because we know we like this to be anonymous, right? That's one of the things we kind of like about it. Mm-hmm. So I've already got, so I'm not going to say what it is, but I've heard, James, I don't know if you've got your title. I've got a title. I feel pretty confident it's going to win. I really do. Other people don't even submit.
Mine was The Untimely Death of Gormansky. That was the title I was going to submit, but...
It's not too late.
That's right. So the last thing is, again, Castle Entertainment was very generous. We had said, hey, we want to give stuff away to our listeners and to our folks, patrons. And of course we said, hey, do you mind sending a couple of modules? And Amanda and Carlos like, sure. And they send a box full of stuff. So we have still 4 modules. So I said, hey, Carlos, since you're on, let's give away one of your adventures while you're on. So let's roll a D4 to figure out which of the 4 remaining ones you want to give away.
Okay, that sounds great. I will do that. And that's all Amanda's generosity. She's the one who handled that, and so she's the one to be thanked for that. I rolled a 1.
Well, I'm glad this is the one I wanted to get rid of, so I'm glad.
It's squaring the circle, isn't it?
That is correct. So maybe you can let people know squaring the circle, why it's my least favorite, even though it's not really least favorite. What's squaring the circle about?
Squaring the Circle is the 3rd adventure of a trilogy featuring a group of gnomish monks, monk samurai.
So
you want to get everything out of your house.
There is a guy in the back of that module named Dan Gormansky that was a playtester of that took part in the online playtest. The truth of that module is actually the trilogy is one of the things that got Castle Entertainment going. I was challenged to do something gnome-oriented at GaryCon one year, and I did, and I wanted it it was kind of a nod to Magnificent Seven Samurai, those 2 movies. And I really played that up as I went on and on with the module. And that module that you're holding right there is one of the deadliest no-win situation Kobayashi Maru modules I've ever made.
Excellent. I love it. Killing gnomes is great. And so, again, this is the 3rd part.
No. The gnomes do the killing.
Oh.
Hopefully. That's the... You play the gnomes, Jay. You play the gnome.
You were the play tester. You don't know if you were the killer or the killie.
You're the gnome, but you are a gnome.
Right.
You don't go kill gnomes.
James, there was one of the gnomes in the playtest that a Rakshasa took his claws and put it right in through the eye socket and the mouth of one of the gnomes and crushed like a bowling ball, picking up and crushed his skull from the inside out like that. That was I thought that visceral description of his death might appeal to you.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know if I can put that on a T-shirt. Crushed like a bowling ball and have the gnome's head crushed in there. That would be great.
Oh.
I love that. So
it was vicious.
What are you showing? Naked gnomes?
That is disturbing.
Yeah, that
it's really disturbing that you had that right on hand too.
Well, it was his bathroom.
I gave it on my nightstand.
It was in his bathroom, but he decided that was a little too odd for bathroom reading, so that was bad. So
yeah. Especially when visitors find out that there's a bunch of the pages that stick together.
So Carlos.
Oh, this has gone terribly
So Carlos,
wrong.
I'm going to start shaking the sack. So for you, and then just tell me when. Hold on, let me start shaking the sack.
Please say it sooner rather than later. Don't let it go on. Don't let this go on too long. It's a disgusting sight, Carlos.
Oh, I love it.
No, please stop him, Carlos. Make him stop.
No, I'm mesmerized by the.
He's like hitting it. He doesn't even know how to do it right. He whacks it. He's like
no moss. No moss.
he's hitting it. That's wrong.
You're also silenced.
That's a good thing. Don't tell him when he's Carlos. Don't tell him when he's silenced.
Are you done? Are you saying stop?
Yeah. No moss.
Okay, he's done.
Please.
All right, I picked a yellow one. So Carlos, I need you to roll a D4.
Another D4. D4 says 3.
3. Well, you're going to have to roll again.
Okay.
Because I assume you don't want your own module back.
Are you sure?
So roll a d6 for me. I'm sorry. Roll a d6.
Okay, D6. A D6 it is. It's a 5.
5. Okay, so Sam Royal, who lives in Saxony, you are the winner of this. So I have to get his address. Congratulations, Sam. You are the winner of Squaring the Circle. He's a really good guy.
I hope you like it.
And actually, since Castle Entertainment won, I'd be happy to send you something as well. It's all kidding,
That's okay.
all kidding aside. But
It's okay.
I didn't think you'd want your own.
You were correct.
Yeah.
I wrote it. I've had enough of it already. But
Yeah, that would be a weird regift.
that would be a weird
Hold on,
regift.
you winner.
Oh, Castle Entertainment module.
Oh wow, cool. Maybe they sent me a gift certificate too. Maybe I can get more stuff from them.
Yeah. So, well, speaking of that, so Sam, if he wants the rest of the trilogy, how can he get the rest of the trilogy?
Just come to castlentertainment.com. We have our own website, and you can place orders in through there, and we'd be happy to get one out to you. You can get it either in PDF or a hard copy. Yeah, man, they're the first two happen to be right beside me right now, and the first one is called In Nomine Septum, which is right here, and the next one is called Who Sits Upon the Oaken Throne, which is right here.
Excellent.
All the art done on all three of them by the inimitable Chet Minton. And yeah, I'd be happy to get them out to you. We've got them in stock. We just replenished stock. It's one thing that we're dealing with right now in full transparency. Our printer, because of COVID and everything, is very slow right now. We're getting a lot of damaged product in the mail. So, but we happen to be in stock of that one.
But PDF is instant download, and gift cards.
Instant, yep. Yeah, we sent it to you instantly.
Yeah, gift cards. We after the cheetah rescue back last month, or it's actually January now. We bought some gift cards. Amanda took care of that. We give that to people. They get their stuff right away. It's awesome. So and so if people want to talk to you or see what you're doing online, how can they reach you, Carlos?
Either go to facebook.com/Castle Entertainment or email me at castlentertainment@gmail.com. Or you can find me also at patreon.com/Castle Entertainment. And you can find all kinds of stuff from me. If you're interested in getting stuff on the regular from me, that Patreon is a great way to do it because every month you're going to get character sheets. Depending on how high you decide you want to sponsor us, you'll get an adventure a month, usually about 5 to 10 pages a month. I've done a couple 20-pagers for these mini modules I've done like that. You'll get a spell, a monster, and a magic item of the month. Some of them have complete color art on them. So yeah, and some at the highest tier of patronage, you guys can actually get modules, the Castle Entertainment modules, before anyone else gets a chance to get their hands on them.
And you play live. You do a lot of streaming on Twitch as well, correct?
I do, yeah. I'm at twitch.tv/Castle Entertainment, and at least once every 2 weeks we go ahead and we stream. Right now we're in the denouement of my campaign that's been going on for some of my highest level patrons, which is called The First Betrayal. I just released the first module that's based on First Betrayal material out of a trilogy. So you guys can look forward to that if you're following along with some of our stuff that's on Twitch. Hopefully you guys like what you see. And I noticed that somebody mentioned out there in the crowd that they like the expository. You get plenty of that in First Betrayal.
Yeah,
so
yeah, exactly. I mean, so you can listen to it there. We're very fortunate to have Castle Entertainment, who's an independent producer, who's true to first edition, true to Greyhawk. That's something that we want to continue to support. Something that I was just thinking of, I don't know if you've done this maybe in your library, but I know people are always impressed with your approach to creating adventures and modules. Obviously you have a thing. Would you be interested in some kind of, or would you think about doing some kind of workshop where, people would be...
I'd be happy to do something like that. In fact, I want to say that 2 Gary Cons ago, I was approached with the opportunity to do this, but the show was canceled.
Oh, okay.
Somebody asked me if I would be willing to to talk about a certain topic. And then Gary Con, the last one that they had before it was canceled, I was on a panel and I was talking about publishing Greyhawk material when you don't own the IP, how to deal with that situation. And the answer obviously is to file the numbers off of everything and make it as and pray to your favorite deities that WotC doesn't pursue you. But one way or another, though, in all seriousness, I'd be happy to do something like that.
Yeah, I think maybe for whether for GrogCon or we can do an event or we could be your interviewers. We could do it on your Twitch channel. Just something. I think people really, we've always been impressed not only with your DM style, but how you had 2 halfling drunk characters and you came up with this story. Just to kind of walk through people your mindset of how to do that, kind of like a writer's workshop. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, it'd be if we could do that as a part of GrogTalk, or if we could do that independently, or at GrogCon.
Yeah, I'd love to do it at
live.
the con. I'd love to do it at the con, or do it on your Twitch channel as a live stream where we interview you. Again, because we want to be reciprocative.
Yeah, man, it'd be awesome. I'd like that a lot, and you will have a couple other talented designers that are going to be down there. I'm sure Vic would have a few things to say about that too, his approach, which I'm sure that some people in the crowd would like to hear what he has to say as well, because he's talented as well.
Okay, well we'll do that for that. That sounds good. But I think people love your. It's not just your DM style; it's the whole milieu that you put together. And I know it's based on Greyhawk, but there's a lot of people who do Greyhawk stuff or have, but you have it's how you tie all these things together that's really unique, and people appreciate that.
You.
So
there's always layers, or at least it always seems like there's layers.
That's
right.
As a matter of fact, the thing that I did right over here with what you guys did right now, there are 4 tie-ins that I can think of right off the top of my head to Castle Entertainment products or to things in that that we've done before that are just Easter eggs for you guys. Or things like that. You just kind of have to look a little bit deep into it, and you'll see them just jump right out at you if you know what you're looking for. So yeah, I do tie everything very tightly together, even stuff like this that doesn't seem like it has, like it might seem unconnected. It's not. It is very connected.
Well, very good, sir. I know we're between you and bed, so thank you for your time today, and it's always great talking to you.
I appreciate it, and I'm going to go ahead and sign off. You guys have a great day, and everybody out there, like I said, if you guys start getting requests for this scenario, let me know, and I'll make sure you guys get a copy.
I sure will. So, Carlos Lising, thanks so much.
Thanks, Carlos.
Everybody. You guys have a good evening.
Give our best to Amanda.
Hey, I should say.
That's right.
For me, it's each.
All right. Take care, Carlos. Thanks so
Bye,
much.
everybody.
See ya.
All right.
Yeah, James, you've not been as trigger happy this up. I'm a little disappointed. Did you overdo it last time?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Did you overdo it?
People hate it. The young people. There's a split. There's old people like us thought it was great. Drunk people like us think it was great. Young people, not so much. My 2 children
not our audience.
were not impressed with it. So
that's not who we're trying to please.
Well, that's true. But I have some. Well, I did use it before last week's adventure, and you know what I have now. So I'm looking forward.
I know what you have, and I thought you weren't afraid to use it. All right,
I'm not.
That was great as always. Carlos Lising does a great job with these little mini adventures. So always fun.
Yeah, and Rob did a great job embittering people, so that was good. You totally schooled it. Great job. You did good.
Well, it's I did well with the buzzer, so that helps.
Yeah, that's what the bitterness comes. So we're gonna have to come up with some other.
This was my kind of thing, though. It's like leprechaun. It's my kind of thing. It's. The categories were good for me. It was a little bit like that Cliff Clavin episode on Cheers, where it's postage stamps, whatever beers of the world.
Right.
This is my board. If I can't do well with that board, because I'm all about pixies and sprites and stuff like that. I'm not gonna ever win. So that may be it for me. I should just retire.
Right.
I'm out.
Put the belt out.
Exactly. 1-1. Retire as the champ. I'll do it. So all right.
So we've got some final announcements. As we said, GrogCon, October 15th through 17th. if you want to play D&D First Edition, I know I keep seeing people saying it's really hard to find a First Edition game. Not on our Discord. There's play-by-post. Brian's running a game. David's running the play-by-post. Other people are setting up games. Vix has a game. And, once this pandemic, once we finally get out of the abyss, you can, if you want to set up, go out to our Discord, go to game planning. That's good. I like it.
Yeah, I'm telling you my title. Yeah, so don't disclose
I'm
it though, right?
I'm not saying
you like that? That's my entry.
Yeah, I still like the killing of Gormansky. That's going to be
Well,
mine.
you can submit that.
Yeah, but I may do something else. But yeah, if you want to play First Edition, come out to our Discord, come out to our meetup, and we can help you get set up. So next is the best of 1981. Now it's March. We're in March, Dan, already. Can you believe it?
I can believe it. And so here, this is the TV lineup for March 4th, 1981. Okay, so on ABC, some of these I don't know. ABC at 9 o'clock had something called Aloha Paradise. Did you ever hear of Aloha Paradise?
No, I missed that one.
I didn't either. But at 10 o'clock, you'll know this one. Vegas.
Oh, Vegas, yeah.
With what was interesting about the title, the words, the letters. They changed one of the letters. Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
The S was a dollar sign.
Oh, that's right. The S was a dollar sign.
Who was in Vegas? Do you remember? Somebody noteworthy. Wasn't like, on 8 o'clock on CBS. You ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
Can you name there may have been more than one, but can you name a spin-off of the Dukes of Hazzard? So the 80s, somebody mentioned online, the 80s were sort of the era of the spin-off. Even the Dukes of Hazzard had a spin-off. Can you name the Dukes of Hazzard spin-off that was on at 8 p.m. on CBS on March 4th, 1981?
Well, who would it be? It couldn't be like Skeeter. It wasn't. It couldn't be the boss. It couldn't be the not Boss Hog.
Boss Hog?
Yeah, Boss Hog.
That was the boss, wasn't he? Boss Hog.
Yeah.
It was not Boss Hog.
So,
You're on the right. I mean, obviously a spinoff has one of the characters, so you're certainly approaching this in the right way.
And it would have been still pretty. I think the show. I don't know when the show canceled. So, I don't know. I don't know who it is. What's the show?
Enos,
not Skeeter. Enos. I was close.
Was that who you meant when you said Skeeter?
Yeah, I meant Enos.
Where's the buzzer?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. There you go. Sorry about that.
So no, a nice try. How long could that have lasted? Does Enos really seem like the kind of character that can carry a show for many seasons?
Right. Well, he's not. It's not like Frasier or someone who's really bizarre, eclectic. He's just a getter done. Oh yeah, let's see.
Okay, so and then there's a movie, No Place to Hide. I don't know anything about that. On NBC at 8 o'clock was something called Real People.
Oh yeah, Real People.
You know that? I never heard. I don't remember Real People.
I think it was kind of wasn't that like a spin-off? Not a spin-off, but similar to like 30 something. I know that came later, but this kind of.
Maybe I don't remember. Okay, here's the lineup. This is what we're watching. NBC's winning this one.
Right.
You ready for this? At 9 o'clock. Different Strokes.
Different Strokes, yeah.
And at 9:30, The Facts of Life.
Oh yeah, Facts of Life, yeah.
You'd be watching those, right? That's gonna beat Aloha Paradise.
Of course.
And I would think at 10 o'clock we may have to switch over to Vegas, because at 10 o'clock is Quincy.
I love Quincy.
When I was in college, I actually watched Quincy late at night. I'd finished studying and I watched, and I like Quincy quite a bit.
He lives on the boat. He lives on the boat. He's got to get somewhere. Yeah, he lives on the boat. I liked Quincy, and I want to apologize for making fun of BJ and the Bear, because I actually didn't watch a lot of BJ and the Bear, and last time I was making fun of it, which really wasn't fair of me, because if I didn't watch it, why would I make fun of it? It just seemed funny because there's a bear. Right. But so yes, I would. So that would be a tough one. Vegas versus Quincy. No, there's no. It's not even close. Quincy was way better because I like Jack Klugman, and I liked him from The Odd Couple.
That was great.
And then he did that show, and I didn't quite get the creepy guy on the boat trying to hook up with younger women. That was I was young, so that didn't.
I don't remember that part of it, but I do remember. So he was asked to leave, right? His house. That request came from his wife.
His wife, that's right.
Was that the beginning of
That's
the
right,
Odd Couple?
Odd Couple.
It came from his wife.
Dun, 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 dun. I need that song.
Yeah,
So Lloyd has put obviously we've got someone who knows TV from the back in the day. So Lloyd says, my favorite quote from it, meaning Enos, involves a black character pointing out a black car and calling it the flesh-colored one.
Where's the crickets? Where's your crickets now?
Oh, I love that. That's right.
What do you guys think of that? So he remembers. Wow, he remembers Enos.
And Cooter could have got his own spin-off as well. Then he watched Real People. So my recollection was wrong. No, it's a showcase of exceptional people. It always mentally paired it with That's Incredible. Oh, he always mentally paired with That's Incredible. So it's kind of like a rough precursor to, Everyone's Got Talent or something like that. You
know what I think would be a lot of fun? I loved the show To Tell the Truth. Do you remember that show?
It's back.
Is it? I'm sure they're all back.
Yeah, every 70s show, on ABC, they've got no creativity. So they even have Card Sharks back, which was one of my, I don't know why I like Card Sharks, and they got that back now. So go ahead.
But what I think would be great is if we had a To Tell the Truth, and you couldn't see the people's pictures, and it would be like, one of these is Ernie Gygax. And the other two would be just whoever, right? One or two of our patrons. And, you'd ask questions like, okay, I mean, you get it. You've seen the show, you know? Okay. February 19, not a lot. This book's terrible. You get what you pay for. I spent not much on it. What's interesting is the amount of hijackings, bombings that seem to be taken. It seemed to be a very dangerous time. I can tell you that where we left off was you were the youngest bank robber in history. Remember, you were the 9-year-old?
Right.
So other interesting, Saturday, February 28th, 1981, Irish Republican Army prisoner Bobby Sands begins a hunger strike.
Yeah, I think I remember this.
Right? How do you think that worked out for him?
He died.
That's right. You have a good memory. He dies May 5th.
He dies. I remember that. I remember him starting. And, I'm 11. I'm like, as my wife famously said, because she cares nothing about history, politics, she watched, what was the Brad Pitt Irish movie? And she's like, I didn't know there was problems in Ireland.
Oh, yeah. And there was the one, oh boy, there was a movie back there with those bombers. They were accused of bombing, and I think they didn't do it. And,
right. Yeah. That's my favorite line. She's oblivious. She couldn't care less. She's like, whatever.
Yeah. Even I remember that.
But I did remember hearing, because there was like he's starving himself, and everyone's like, oh, he'll be fine. Nope, dead.
Nope, didn't work out. Well, that's what happens when you don't eat. And on the 5th of March, yesterday, 40 years ago, an attempt to hijack Continental Airlines Flight 72 from LA to Phoenix is foiled when stewards notice a passenger carrying a pistol. Just to give you a flavor.
Good for them.
Right? A flavor, the kind of things that are happening. And on the 5th, ready for this? So this is right up your alley, James, as our IT expert. Thursday, March 5th, 1981. The best-selling blank home computer is launched in the United Kingdom.
In the United Kingdom?
It doesn't say in the United Kingdom. Was this made in the UK? Yeah. Did I get a book from the UK? It has a really UK theme, doesn't it?
You're such an Anglophile.
I think it is. Where's it made? Yeah, probably is.
81, the best-selling?
What's the best-selling home computer?
It's either 81 should be either the VIC-20, but the British had their own kind of thing, the Altair, the Altair, something like that.
Yes, you're doing well. Wait, say it. Yes, what did you say?
The Altair?
No, you say. I thought
Sinclair?
I heard it. Yes,
the Sinclair.
You are right. Correct. The Sinclair ZX81 home computer. There's a picture of it, right? Very small. Looks like our phones now. And actually today, ready for this? 40 years ago, and we will talk about first edition at some point, won't we?
Yeah, maybe.
Is veteran U.S. newsreader. This clearly is British. What's a newsreader?
Anchorman.
News anchor. The veteran U.S. news anchor.
I know who this is. Hold on.
Yep,
Walter Cronkite.
Yes, correct. Walter Cronkite, 40 years ago today, made his final appearance on the CBS Evening News, which we watched CBS, and then, of course, we switched it over to NBC to
right.
watch Enos, I think. Okay.
Well-
was it CBS? I don't know. All right.
Well, I
That's
did, and
40
I
years
did remember that because there was a thing recently about Walter Cronkite signed off 40 years ago this week. I saw that in the news.
See, we Dangly, we cultured.
Yeah.
When we sign off today at the end of the show, you have to say, "I'm Dangly."
I'm
and
Da-
Sam Dipsy.
That's right. I'm dangly. Does anyone know, and now complete ignorant American, I know some beers do this, but they have this little nitrogen thing in here. Do you hear it?
I do. I
Yeah,
do,
like-
Dangly.
There's a nitrogen thing. I assume it says on here nitrogenated for smoothness. But
All right.
I mean, does that really necessary, or is this just a marketing tool to stupid Americans to...
I don't know, Dangly. All right.
I'm sorry, I'm just...
Let's
Here.
get. I see our ratings plummeting.
Best to enjoy. Open the can and wait a moment for the nitrogen to release. Pour into a glass tilted at 45 degrees. Watch the surge and settle, and then enjoy. See? Dear stupid Americans, read how you should drink our beer.
David Thompson is shaking his head because
Right.
he knew. He gave me
knew.
some good advice.
That's right.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Oh, thank you, Lloyd. He said I would not gotten that one. Impressive. Well, I think it's the drinking. That's what's helping. All right, so now we're doing random encounter, which is not really random. Why is it not random, Dan?
Well, it's going to be a bit random, a bit not random. So what we've decided to do is, although the dice don't lie, since it is our St. Patrick's Day special, we thought that we would give a chance for the leprechaun to take the title. So the leprechaun is not going to simply be our random monster. The leprechaun's getting a chance and to beat the basilisk. And let's face it, I'm sick of Stoner or whatever his name is, or Basil.
Basil.
Rathbone.
Basil. Yeah.
Basil. Basil's been around too long, and so we're going to give a chance for the leprechaun to win. We're not going to talk about the leprechaun. He's not technically our random monster entry. And then the winner of Basil versus our leprechaun is going to take on the new contender that we will roll randomly.
Okay, that's great. So last year, I'm pretty sure we did Leprechaun because you are obsessed with Leprechaun. Is that a fair statement?
When I was in, and I'm sure I mentioned this last year, but that's what old people do, they repeat themselves. When I was in junior high, I remember being in the library in middle school and asking the DM during our lunch break if he could run a little session of leprechaun hunting, where we would go hunting for leprechauns. So that is true. I do love the fey creatures. As you saw, I did very well with those categories, though I got to tell you, Sprite was pretty darn easy when it's the name of a Coca-Cola brand soda. But yes, I am obsessed. But I'm very, and I'm going to state my annual complaint. You know how, we know that Jim Ward will each year will post, the real story is complain about deities and demigods, which I appreciate. Each year on St. Patrick's Day, I'm going to state my complaint that the leprechaun does not come up much as a random encounter, even in the Sylvan settings. It's not even in forest, if I recall correctly, and it's a very small number, percentage chance in hills, even though the leprechaun is uncommon. Not rare, not very rare.
Right.
But that's, you've heard that all before. But okay.
Page 60 on the monster manual.
Yes. Okay, so all right, so we're ready to do. So we're having combat now. The special, the leprechaun versus Basil.
Now we have ruled in the past, and I want to make sure we're still going by this rule, because the leprechaun has a very high magic resistance. But we have said, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we have ruled it that it only affects spells. Truly spells, not magic-like abilities, is what we ruled.
Yes, I remember parsing the language, did we not?
Right.
Right, because it said of any spell. That's right.
Right, because if it's not, then it could potentially, you could infer that it could potentially protect you against the gaze, which we've said, no, it's only against spell things.
Not a spell. So that's the way we've ruled it. That might be worth a a submission
To the
to
right,
gibbering mouth. They still have an official ruling in the Grog Empire,
right.
but the way we are currently playing, that is correct.
A leprechaun tries to steal the pipes, the satyr pipes,
Yes.
and does the gaze weapon have to go overcome magic resistance? We are going to say no, but what does the gibbering mouther say? That is going to be the interesting part. But
And
I
that
just
is
wanted to rule that.
And that is certainly why the leprechaun has appeared in this episode, because you do have, Basil does have satyr pipes.
Yes.
Whether he can play them or not is unclear. But
I don't
he
think
has
so.
them. They're a bit waterlogged, so they probably dried out by now.
He cannot play the Zamfir, which was I don't have that sound up here, the Zamfir thing. So let's do surprise.
Okay. I had a Zippy Zither. Do you remember the Zippy Zither?
No,
Okay.
I don't remember that. 2. Oh, I got a 2.
Oh, I rolled a 2.
Ah.
Wait a second. Hold on. Aren't I very? They're keen. Yeah, bring it back. Yeah, don't let those two youths, dampen your spirits with that. Come on, James. I want the James from last episode back. You know, trigger happy. All right. Because we are at the Green Goblin. It's a rowdy crowd. Thank you. Okay. So I'm going to try. All right. So neither of us is surprised. Okay.
All right, so now it's initiative.
Okay.
Well, actually, we're both surprised.
Well, I'm invisible.
It says you can be invisible at will, but doesn't mean you're invisible.
Oh,
Yeah,
gee.
you
How
didn't-
stupid am I?
Well, you're a leprechaun.
Okay.
You're going towards a basilisk. That's already I glean, and you could be drunk on wine, which is what you're known to do. So actually, we need a roll for that.
It's exceptional.
You have a great.
If you're saying that I'm not invisible because I didn't say it, then you can't say I'm drunk if I didn't say it.
No, I'm not saying you're invisible. I'm saying let's figure out if you're drunk first. If you're drunk, then you're not invisible. If you're not drunk, I'll say you're invisible.
Okay, I got you. I understand. So what do I need to do?
75% chance. If it's drunk, I assume they're as drunk as the halflings.
Okay, at least 77.
Okay, he's not drunk. So do you want to be invisible?
Yes. Obviously, I'm trying to snatch the pipes.
Okay.
Maybe that's just what I should do. Just try to snatch your pipes.
That'd be good. The pipes are calling. All right.
Okay.
So now the problem is, even though you're snatching and we're both quote unquote surprised, you still have a chance to potentially see the gaze. So here's how we're going to rule this. If you win initiative, you will snag the pipes, and then there's a slight chance you see his gaze. If you lose initiative, you get the gaze attack first, see if it's there, and then you get to snatch the pipes.
Okay, that sounds fair.
All right, so here's initiative. 3.
3.
All right, so simultaneous. So you have now snatched the pipes, but now as you're trying to walk away, we'll see if you see the gaze, because maybe you just took one, like Lot's wife, you look back one too many times.
Yeah, and if you think about it, how do leprechauns fight? They don't really fight. Their attacks are 0. What do? Don't
they do 1 to 4 damage? How does they do damage?
Number attacks is 0. Damage per attack is 0. I can become invisible. That does nothing. I can polymorph non-living objects. I create illusions and use ventriloquism spells as often as I like. What do I do if I'm cornered? I just...
You lie to them. You give up the ghost, basically. That's what it says. If you're caught, you mislead the captor.
If caught or discovered in its lair, the leprechaun will attempt to mislead its captor into believing he's giving over his treasure. So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to pretend I'm giving you these pipes.
Yes, and then run away.
See how smart you are. How smart's a basilisk?
I don't remember. I don't think they're super smart for some reason.
It could be.
I think they're kind of animalish.
Animal. So this may work. I'm taking the pipes, baby. That's what it is.
So let's roll D10. If you roll low, you have to make a saving throw. If not, you successfully get away.
Okay. D10, you said?
Yeah, this is the gaze attack. You've gotten the pipes. You're trying to out of there, and inadvertently, we see if you look back and you get blasted by the gaze attack.
And so what are you using on gaze attack? Which of the categories are you?
I don't know. I don't have my monster manual 2 here, so I'm just making it up.
Oh, I do. I'll look it up. It's Drasilisk, right?
Yep, Draslick's on the monster manual 2.
Dracolisk.
Dracolisk, that's right.
Dracolisk.
This is beer 2, by the way. I'm starting to, and this is
Oh,
a lot of beer, so.
I'm gonna have to carry the show. Chances of meeting the gaze. Okay, so we know that one, if the creature is man-sized, or any large creature using, such as Medusa. Okay, so
you add 1 to whatever you decides.
you're large?
No, I'm medium, so I add 1.
Medium. We should know this by now. So I'm going to add 1. I'm not completely surprised. So, I'm viewing monster, which is 5 and 10. So we're saying that I'm viewing I view the monster for whatever reason.
But I don't know. What's the less likely chances? What are the...
Sure. Well, so the very bottom is avoiding gaze.
Okay. What? I don't know. Next one.
Attacking normally.
Okay, so I'm going to say you're attacking for the purpose of getting the pipes.
I see what you're saying. That makes sense to me. So it's 3, and then it's add 1.
So it's 4 and 10.
So it's 4 and 10. Okay. I rolled an 8.
All right. So what happened is Lenny the leprechaun went in, grabbed the pipes, and skedaddled away.
And I was invisible anyway,
Correct.
right?
Well, that's why you were able to do it. So I can't attack you. I was surprised. Simultaneous initiative. You grabbed it and ran.
So I've got these pipes, and I get back, and I'm like, these are waterlocked. Just like seawater. It's like a car you take to the beach. It's gonna.
That's right. They've actually expanded. They're shut. They don't even blow anymore.
It's like pasta.
That's right. They're just wet noodles.
Man, there's nothing. It's just wood. There's no hole. The pipes are ruined.
You can't. Which means.
Where are you laying the pipe?
There you go. So that's where we had to go with that.
Use that.
Huh?
Yeah, you had to find. You know what I think of Random Monster? You know what I think of this segment?
This campaign sucked.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So now we're on to the Dorso roll, are we not?
No, I thought we were doing the Sylvan realms.
You are absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Because there is no. Well, wait. There is no Sylvan in Monster Manual 2, is there?
I don't recall seeing one in there.
That's right. You know what? There's one in the Fiend Folio, and there's one in the Monster Manual. Doesn't Fiend Folio have a Sylvan realm?
It may. I don't recall that. The only one I know for sure is the DMG.
Are you drunk?
No, I'm starting to feel pretty good. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep, and I've been drinking since.
That's helping.
7:45. Yeah, it's awesome.
Dangly's back. We're in Nirvana. Dangly, we're in Nirvana.
Yeah, it's
Perfect.
Yes, I don't drink a whole lot, so yeah, this is good stuff.
Page 117 of the Fiend Folio.
Drink responsibly. I don't
Very
think I'm doing that.
Sylvan setting. So I think we should use that. So I'm going to use that. So I guess I'm doing the die rolling because I'm the only one apparently that came prepared with green.
Yeah,
dice.
I don't have it with me. They're over there somewhere. I got to write all this down. Stole the pipes and left. So now the real encounter happens.
Now this is the real encounter. I roll a d4 because it is either in a plain, a forest, hills, or mountains. There apparently is fairy and sylvan mountains I'm rolling. It is a 2. It is in the forest, which means there's no chance of encountering a leprechaun again. And the leprechaun has one number. It's uncommon. One number in a hill in the hills. Okay, I'm gonna move on.
I know that really sits in your craw.
Yeah, that does. It's like that banshee question. Everyone's got their
something angry. Exactly.
Yes, we're all angry. 86. That, sir, is a wolf.
Wolf.
84 to 100 is a wolf.
In the Sylvan Forest.
Are apparently all over hills. They are just...
The hills have eyes and wolves.
Okay, so we're going to wolf. That's a classic. That's Monster Manual. Let me get wolf. We haven't had a wolf before. Have we had a wolf before?
Is it a normal wolf?
Just says wolf. I mean, I assume so. I mean, it doesn't... I mean, the dire wolf... the odds that it's a warg in a sylvan setting, it's not going to be a winter wolf. I think it's just a wolf. It's a common wolf.
Right.
These carnivores are found in. This is why these.
What page?
On page 101 of the Monster Manual.
Okay.
These carnivores. Oh, so I want to eat the basilisk, right? These carnivores are found in wild forests from the Arctic to the temperate zone. So that's why it has such a range, because we're in a temperate forest. They always hunt. So do they like eat sprites? Are they like chasing sprites and leprechauns? And the leprechauns are
Sure.
laughing and sure.
That's why they go invisible and
They
attack.
run from the big bad wolf. This is all very Little Red Riding Hood-ish. They always hunt in packs, and if hungry, which is 75% of the time, dangly, it's the same percentage chance of us being drunk. Well, you're so drunk so often. You're as
drunk as a wolf being hungry. Exactly.
Hungry wolf. I was getting that out there at some point. They will not hesitate to follow and attack prey. Oh, this is great because I see that basilisk.
Mm-hmm.
We have to roll to see if I'm hungry.
Right.
Right? I'm just going in. So basically, this is Gary saying, yeah, you roll wolf. There's a 75% chance it's just going right at the party. Correct?
Right. Exactly.
Right. Perfect.
Agreed.
Right. Always seeking to strike at an unguarded moment. Oh, all right. So sorry, I need to back. Always finish the sentence. So I'm going to attack, but I'm going to be smart about it. I'm semi-intelligent, James.
Yeah. I've known that for a long time.
Exactly. Thank you. See? I'm smarter than Dangly. Their howling is 50% likely to panic herbivores, which are not being held by humans and calmed. Oh, so that would be, for example, hops and barley.
Right.
They
would be skittish.
They would be skittish. They love horse meat. Finally, something that doesn't love human flesh. They love horse meat. We're going to find out.
So the good news is most creatures will kill the humans, and then the wolves come and they eat the horses.
Yeah, I guess that's it. So basically, I hadn't thought about this. So basically, if you're doing a hex crawl, you need to be very careful. You put your horses up there. You really need to surround them. Don't like put them off to the side. Wolves will come and eat them.
Right.
That's disgusting.
We need to do that more often, because a lot of times the players, they don't want to take their horses and they leave them. They should be eaten.
Oh, absolutely. We've learned something. You are absolutely correct. They should it's just disgusting. If encountered in their lair, and they're not just gone, right? You come back.
Right, there's a carcass.
It's just it's just bones.
There's oats. There's half eaten. His head is been cut off his body as they ate the rest of it.
Yeah, you find the head has been dragged. It's been dragged like about 20 feet away. Wow, the Green Goblin crowd, they love it. They like the humor now. They're like, this show is finally getting good. Dangly and Tipsy.
Dangly and Tipsy are their horses or ponies are eviscerated.
Yeah, we're doing the show in Nirvana. It's like the Dangly and Tipsy comedy hour.
That's right. We'll be here all week. Try the veal.
Yeah. If encountered in their lair, that's bad news. I don't know why you'd want to do that, because I'm sure they don't have any treasure. There's a 30% chance that there'll be 1 to 4 cubs per pair of adult wolves. I assume that pelts. I mean, if you look in the DMG, isn't there a listing? You're supposed to be skinning a lot of things, more right? We talked about harvesting organs last time. Mm-hmm. So if you look in that area too, there's a lot of pelts that you can get too. There's a lot of opportunities for money. You don't really need to just go into dungeons to make money. You can be a trapper or a furrier.
If you have that secondary skill. And more importantly, what's the last sentence?
Cubs do not fight and can be trained as war dogs.
That's where the money is.
Oh, the wolf cub market.
Right. So
you go to the market and there's a cage and there's wolf cubs there. The market is a really disturbing place. Mm-hmm. I've really not, I was thinking there's croissants, but there's a lot of disgusting stuff being sold at a D&D market, in my opinion. Okay.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Orcs to be enslaved. That's right. Undead. The zombie will do whatever you want.
The what was the things? Displacer beasts, cubs. I'm just trying to think of the creatures that we've had that dragon eggs. We've had a bunch of things that their young are sold in the market.
Yeah, the dark side of D&D. Okay, so wolves. What do you think the armor class is, James? Unless you've taken a peek.
I did, but I forgot. I think it's like 6, 7, something like that.
It's a 7. Movement.
Well, I mean, the thing that gave it away is they're similar to war dogs. They become like war dogs, so I'm sure they're similar to that. Movement, 15?
18. Very
Oh.
fast. They're moving in. Hit dice.
Well, if they're like war dogs, they're probably like 2 hit dice or something.
Very good. 2 plus 2. Very good. Percent and lair.
40%?
10%. They're roaming. They're looking for food. They're looking for horses. They're looking for horse meat.
Oh,
attack.
Aggie, I'm sorry. Aggie has suggested a drinking game where we take a shot whenever James hits the sound effect. So,
Okay. You're like those videos with like the cat is hitting the bell or whatever to get fed.
exactly.
What's your intelligence dropping? You're down to semi.
I'm non-intelligent at this
You
point.
started average paren low, and then you're dropping. Okay.
Yeah, this stout stuff it's because it's really thick. It's very heavy, so it makes me tired. I'm not really buzzed. I'm just sleepy.
Oh, great. You know anything about this show?
This campaign sucked.
All right. Thankfully, they're semi-intelligent, which is interesting. They're semi-intelligent, but they're neutral alignment. So we've got some animal intelligent. Who would have thought that I can hold my stout better than James? Now, we don't know how much I'm drinking, of course, so that's not necessarily fair. But I got to tell you, Jay, look, okay, there's not much left in it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've
this is my second.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, this is my third.
Yeah.
So their alignment is neutral and they're small. So okay, so wolves. So all right, it's wolf versus basilisk time. It would be strange that the wolf is our champ,
Right.
but stranger things have happened, right? I mean,
We've seen it all here. This is what makes this. That's why they play the game.
That's why they. Well said, James. Well said. So, exactly.
I'm just trying to finish my beer now.
We've seen, yeah, I'll carry the show while you drink. We've seen Scarlet Rose, a Red Dragon, be champ. Didn't last, so who knows? The wolf has a shot. Let's do it, James.
All right, so surprise.
Okay.
I rolled a 3.
I rolled a 5.
No one is surprised, so it's initiative.
Oh, can I roll to see if I'm hungry?
Sure.
Okay. 88. I'm actually not hungry. I don't know why I am.
Well, let's see distance now, because we don't know how close you are. You are 60 yards away. We're outside, correct? Yeah, we're outside.
We are in a Sylvan. I don't know what the basilisk. Are you lost?
Sylvan Hills. Yeah, I'm just walking around the Sylvan Hills.
Wait, was it the hills or the forest?
What? Well, it's I don't remember.
What
was it, folks who are listening? Hills?
Was it the forest? I think it was the forest.
Oh, I don't remember.
Does it matter? It doesn't matter. Remember that show when you got drunk? That was hilarious. No, you are correct, sir. You are correct, sir.
Oh,
It's the
thank you.
hills. Wait,
Yeah.
no, you are correct.
Yes, I
And
thought it was the Hills. What
and
is
I'm
this, a
the
sobriety test? You're trying to tell? Look, I'm not getting in a car.
And this is weird because it says wolves, these carnivores are found in wild forests, and then the hills. This is a tight. Is this the dexterity issue with the halfling? Something's wrong. Why it's 84 to 100 in the Fairy and Sylvan Hills. You know what it is for the forest? 98 to 100. Something is very, very wrong.
Maybe in the British hill forests are different. I'm not sure. We'd have
Maybe
to
that's
ask.
the word for forest. Do you think hills is our word for forest? It could be.
I'm sorry. Yeah. No, I think there are hills. There's forests on top of hills. They're not mutually exclusive.
Okay, that makes sense. But don't you still find it strange that
Yes.
forest? Yes, that's
I
not
agree.
right.
I agree.
So we are in the. You're right. We're in the hills, so that's why it's sparsely forested, and so. But I hear. You know what? I'm not hungry, but you know what I hear? Rumor has it you got some pipes, so I'm coming for your pipes. I don't know, of course, that the funny leprechaun.
That's right.
Came
That's
into first.
cagey little leprechauns stole it. So.
Yep. So that's okay. So let's do it.
Well, it's
So,
initiative. What are you going to do? You're
Flair.
60 yards away. What are you doing?
I am charging you.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'm going to stand here and look at you, and then
Are you
when
you're racing? Oh, you're lucky.
when you look at and then when you get close after you charge, I'm going to hit you. So we'll see what happens.
Look in my eyes.
That's right.
Okay, let's do it.
Take a look into my eyes. The Def Leppard. There you go. How's that? 5.
2.
All right. So you're going after me. I think it's a 6 and 10, right? Attacking, viewing monster. So it's 5 and 10. I'm DMing. I can DM drunk or buzzed. Buzzed.
Why?
Buzz DMing is drunk DMing. What is that? Like the buzz, like the drunk driving things?
Don't
I
let
wasn't
your
drunk.
friend-
I was just drink. I was just buzzed.
Don't let your friends DM drunk. Wait, why? I've had a drunk DM when I was at GaryCon.
Really?
Yeah, it was a later game. Just
He was.
he could run the game, but he was very drunk.
Wow, that seems horrible.
Very drunk. Well, so wait, no, God, I can't even find it. Wait, why are you? You're saying I'm viewing normally?
You're viewing. You're attacking me. You're about to attack me. I think it's 5 and 10.
Oh, that's attack normal, isn't it?
Yeah.
My God, there's so many weird. You know, the D's are like so long because there's all these weirdo
More
demons.
crickets. More.
Finally, I'm gonna dog ear this.
So first edition.
That's right.
Are people gonna be angry? I'm dog earing this. Okay, attacking normally is 3 and 10. Viewing monsters 5 and 10. Well, aren't I attacking normally?
Yes,
I'm
you're
not-
attacking normally then. I'm
so it's
sorry.
3 and 10, 1, 4 and 10.
Correct.
Okay, here we go. How long does your gaze extend? How
More
far?
more than 60 yards.
It does?
It extends as far as people can see it. If you can see it, that's how it works.
That's crazy. I mean, that's just
Why the
ridiculous.
basilisk is amazing.
All these things are pretty amazing. All right, fine. Do I have a mirror?
You don't have a mirror. I'm sorry.
The wolf doesn't?
You
Okay.
you didn't declare this. You didn't go to the shop before the wolf shop.
The wolf needs a mirror. Okay, I'm rolling. Here we go. Oh, is that 2?
Roll your saving throw.
Oh, that's right. I get a saving throw. I was already like, I've lost.
No.
I'm walking away.
Don't walk
Okay.
away.
20.
You made it. For this round, you're not dead. So you get your charge. Go ahead.
Wait, we don't know if I'm dead. I'm not stoned. We've talked about this before.
Right, that's
Can
true.
I, like in carbonite, can I come back 1,000 years later?
Yes, I think you can. I think that's really cool.
You know why? Because it's cool, right?
Exactly.
It'd be boring. Like, yeah, you're dead. Okay, so now I'm attacking.
Yes, I'm looking up the basilisk's armor class. Okay.
I'm rolling.
And you're +2 to hit.
I rolled a 12, and I'm +2 on the charge.
You hit.
Yes. I'm
So
only.
so do your
2.
damage.
That's terrible. 2 to 5. Why am I not claw bite? Come on. 1 plus
1 is
is
2.
2.
So I'm going to say, yes, you did 2 hit points.
You know what I think of this?
This campaign sucked.
That's exactly right. So Wolf's done 2. Okay, now he goes. What's your armor class?
7.
7. That's not a good armor class. Good enough, though. I rolled a 1. I missed.
All right, let's do it. I am attacking
You're
again.
attacking me again? All right.
Types are.
5.
1.
I'm going to attack this time, and then we'll see the gaze. Oh, I hit you. You take 5 points of damage. How many
My
hit points
God,
do you
let
have?
me roll my hit points. Hold on. Oh no, that's a 2 and a 2. I have 6 hit points. How much did you do?
5.
This is horrible. This basilisk will never die.
This campaign sucked.
So now see because you're attacking normally. Roll a d10.
Oh, okay. All right. Here we go.
Okay, man.
Okay. Yeah, you drink while I. All right. Which one's the? There it is.
D10. I should drink
An
whenever.
8.
Okay, so
What?
you don't. You're fine. Roll an attack.
Okay.
I should
many
drink
di-
every time you ask what the dice you have to use. What a d10 is.
Right,
I'd be
exactly.
blitzed.
Or what a word means. 9 plus. Oh no, I'm not charging anymore. It's
You're
just
not
a 9.
charging. Just a 9.
It's just a 9.
You missed. You need a 12. Just remember that. So
Okay.
it's initiative.
Okay.
I rolled a 3.
I rolled a 4.
All right, you get your attack in.
So you do the gaze on the other person's attack.
Yeah,
is
I'm
that
being
right?
nice. Yeah, I'm being nice.
Thank you, Basil. 5.
You miss. Plus, I'm going to hit you. I think, what's your armor class? 7?
Yes.
Oh, I hit. Oh, yeah, I hit. I need a 6. I need to hit a 6 to hit you.
Oh, I just want to let you know that my patron deity is actually patron demon. It's Orcus. Okay, continue. Just want
So
to let you know.
the wolf takes 9 points of damage.
Okay, so the wolf is done, but I'm praying to my deity. I was just joking about Orcus being my patron demon. Okay, here we go.
Divine intervention.
Divine intervention. Man, I so want divine intervention. I'm so sick of Basil.
This campaign sucked.
It does. Gaze attack is horrible. It's like it's the ace in the hole or whatever they say. It's a secret weapon.
Poison look crappy compared to it.
It's 23.
So no, that's the end of that. The wolf gave it a good go. I'll give the wolf credit. But wolf done 2, and now, well, at least the good news, he didn't die. He didn't get stoned. He's just dead.
Right. So I guess the basilisk is eating him.
Right. It's circle of life. Circle of life.
Where are my pipes? Where are you laying the pipe?
Oh, it doesn't get old. That's still my favorite. It's still my favorite. All right, so now on spell selection.
Like when you're like just when it's not even the show, you just sit around like your wife's like, "Will you stop playing that?" Or maybe she likes it. That's hilarious. Where are you laying the pipe?
That's pretty much. Well, let's not go there. I think she'd be scared if I played that a lot, but it's awesome. So what are we doing for spell selection, Dan?
Well, we have a special. So we're bringing back spell selection. It's like our McRib.
Mm-hmm.
It's a special episode of spell selection, and we are doing and I would like to do a tip of the hat to Rob. The what? He says something of Brandywine.
Here's the Chamberlain.
They're all Chamberlains. I know. Just say Chamberlain.
Just go for Chamberlain. It's simple.
Exactly. What is Chamberlain, Rob? The Chamberlain of Brandywine pointed out that Shillelagh is a spell, and that not only did he point out that it's a spell, but he pointed out its Irish origin. Did you look up Shillelagh?
No.
Not the spell. Shillelaghs. So
No.
I'm upset. Why are Shillelaghs not just regular weapons? So they're like a walking stick, but they would have oftentimes a club-like head on the end. You'd use it, to whack people. So I'm wondering why the Shillelagh should be a weapon in and of itself. I don't know why it's just a magical weapon. That's disappointing to me. That's all.
Well, the Shillelagh itself is a normal thing. It says it's. Again, we're going to read it. Let's read it.
Okay, well, let's do it. All right.
Page 55 on the Player's Handbook.
Okay. Shillelagh. This is a druid spell, which is certainly appropriate, I think.
Right. Well, druids are loosely based on Celtics, per Gary.
There you go. So Shillelagh is a level 1 druid spell. Its range is touch. Duration is 1 round per level. The area effect 1 normal oaken club.
Which is the Shillelagh. There you go.
You know what's interesting? Okay, I'd like to say something. But I don't know where I was looking. It may have been in the DMG. But I believe the DMG in spell acquisition on a daily basis, I believe said that cleric and druid spells are gained by praying to your deity. Now, my point of all that is oftentimes don't druids, you say they don't have a deity, they just sort of worship nature, right? You don't have a god, but this seems to suggest that you should have a patron deity. Like, where are you getting your spells from if you are a druid? And I wish I had dog-eared that so I could point it out, because now I don't want to spend our time flipping and turning.
This is so first edition.
It is, right? Do you have any thoughts on that? Probably not.
This campaign sucked.
I'll take that as a no.
Okay, so there's 2 ways to do it. You could go with the nature thing and deity in general, like almost like a Gaia kind of thing, right? Gaia, the Mother Earth thing, if I remember correctly. Or you could go with the Celtic deities. I think many of them are neutral. I think some are neutral, correct? Maybe? I don't remember.
Which one are?
The Celtic.
We can look that up. And here, maybe this is what I'm looking at, page 38. of the DMG, character spells, day-to-day acquisition of clerical spells. Each cleric must have his or her own deity. So when a new player opts to become a cleric, open paren, including a druid, close paren, you must inform them as to which deities exist in your campaign milieu and allow the individual to select which one of them he or she will serve. So that's, and somewhere else I think it did say that you're supposed to pray for if you're a cleric. So I don't know if the Celtic are all neutral or not. But so I like the idea of having a patron deity if you are a druid.
And you could, if you wanted to do that, and it makes it very clear that Jim Ward expected that, because on page 26 of the Deities and Demigods, it talks about the Celtic mythos, and the second paragraph, the clerics of most of these deities are druids, which are fully detailed in Player's Handbook. All religious services are performed by these druids in these wooded areas made holy by the planting of mistletoe and holly. I do like, keep going. Wait, the best part is coming up.
Go ahead.
I'll let you read the rest of it, because it's good.
Where are you at?
Page 26 of the Deities and Demigods.
Okay, hold on. I gotta switch. So many books. Oh, I haven't eaten any cheese yet. So many books. Okay, hold on. So, all right. So, where are you at? On page 26. The clerics, most of these are druids. All religious services are performed by these druids in wooded areas, blah, blah, blah. In these areas are deep natural wells or dug pits where oh, this is horrific. I remember reading this, right? Where sacrifices are thrown. Human sacrifices are made 4 times a year. Oh, yes. Condemned criminals are typically sacrificed. This is very disturbing. So, yeah, the druid is engaging in human sacrifice, apparently. Right? That's where you're going with that?
The human sacrifice.
Yeah. So the druids should be engaging in human sacrifice. So you go down, convicted criminals, I guess it's, they're sold maybe to the druids. So again at the market. Mm-hmm. So we've got these convicted criminals that are being sold. They can be used. They're perfect for sacrifice.
And I'm assuming the criminal justice system is not better than the criminal justice system we have today. Is that a fair statement?
You meaning there's a good chance that I didn't do it? I'm innocent?
There's a good chance if you don't have good representation, bad things could happen.
So in other words, I didn't do it. I didn't steal the pipes.
Are you not entertained?
Exactly. So.
Well, that happened. That's basically the story of Dangly and Tipsy, isn't it?
Right. They were framed.
They were falsely accused.
The sheriff just gave up and said, I think it's you guys, even though we're literally the smallest people in the village. The 8-year-old would tower above us, but yet somehow we were able to capture her. Yeah.
I thought for a while there, at any point in time, did you suspect the sheriff?
No, I didn't expect the sheriff. I was looking for the bard, because the bard disappeared. Traveling musicians are the most sketchy things out there, so...
Yeah, that's a good point. I thought it was the sheriff, but okay. So the Shillelagh, this spell enables the druid to change his own.
Well, before we go there, I think it's very interesting because I'm sure I've read this before, but this definitely would be something I would love. I need to bring this back into the druid thing because druids tend to be played more neutral good than neutral because of the party makeup.
I love the animals.
Right. They're fuzzy and, they generally go against evil because evil's personified typically like Saruman's orcs who, destroy the forest to build the war thing. Right. So they go, like the Treants, I don't want to get involved, but we're going to because they're destroying the forest.
Now we're in. Right.
This would have been awesome. Like the Treants say, yeah, we're going to help. And then they take Pippin and Merry and sacrifice them after.
Yeah, right. So that's, right. Or at this, right. Exactly. At the start. We need like our spells. Let's do some, right. So.
We'll help.
You told us makes sense. You're right. This is horrible. Come here.
This will help.
Come here, little halfling. Hey, look in that pit.
Right. We'll help, but there needs to be some balance to this. And
you need to dig a pit.
And they throw the wolves in there and say, okay, let's see if nature prevails, or sacrifice them. Yeah, to me, they should be more edgier.
You're right. So really what it should be on some of those the side quests and things, not really a quest, but yeah, so I guess what you're doing, yeah, so everyone else is like, yeah, I'd like to have a strongbow made. How long will that take? Right. Okay, and you're talking about that, and then you go over to the druid. What are you doing? I'd like to buy some convicted criminals and sacrifice. And you're just like, yes, okay, got that. How much will that be? How much will that be? And you talk about it, and okay, and how are you going to do it? And yeah, right. And you just go around the table, right? And
you could make this as dark, because basically, right, stealing was punishable by death in a lot of cultures.
Oh yeah, so it's like, yeah, like what did you do? Yeah, I was stealing bread because I was hungry,
right,
to feed my kids.
I'm a 10-year-old child.
Right? Yeah. Right. What did you do? Yeah.
This has been a good. Yeah. Which and do condemned prisoner children cost more than, or are they less? Are they on discount?
And what you're forgetting about is the interplay this has with, if you happen to be playing the bad side of this. This is not the bad side.
Right.
This is the half full. This is the half full side.
Yes.
The half empty is you're a thief. And you're caught.
Right.
Pickpocketing. Next thing you know, you're being sold to these druids. You're like, what the heck?
That's a great adventure. Right. You start the thing, you're two thieves, you get caught, and now you're being sacrificed to one of the Celtic deities.
Yeah, that would be maybe that's one of our incomprehensible death things. It's just right off the bat, right?
Writes the stuff.
Because I was an embezzler.
Right.
That could have been my end.
In fact, they shouldn't have killed. They should have brought you back and then sacrificed you to the druids.
Yeah, I was this close. I was forced just to serve my time.
Right.
I was this close. I mean, we're in a wooded area, weren't we? Out there in the middle of nowhere, basically.
All races together, absolutely.
The druids were surely watering at so the druids go down to, basically it's what's the Andy Griffith show? You go down to the jail cell.
Yep.
And you got, who was it? Wasn't Enos? Who was the?
It's not Gomer. It's Don Knotts who plays him. It's Deputy Andy.
Barney Fife.
Barney, thank you.
So they say, Barney, what, you got anything? The druid's like, you got anything for me?
Who's the town drunk? Wasn't there the town drunk that constantly got arrested?
Yeah, he would be sacrificed.
He would have been. Where's Enos? He's dead, huh?
You need to be using a laugh track. So get ready. Hold on. Right. So I would go down to Barney Fife and be like, hey, Barney, got anybody for me?
Sorry.
Exactly.
I was contemplating.
You are in pensive mood. What I don't like is that with druids, no druids ever seem to have the crappy mistletoe.
No.
Or whatever.
We were just talking about this too. Yeah, this is a good point.
That bothers me because that mistletoe, the real deal, is very hard.
Once
to have.
a year.
It's got to be harvested
once a year,
right? I mean, where is it? Is that the DMG?
No, it's in the player's handbook. Well, by the way, we're talking about Shillelagh. So,
right.
What was discussed on our Discord? You should go out to our Discord because these are the topics. If this is a question for you, the consensus was the druid once a year on the midnight summer's eve harvests the mistletoe. And that it is, consumed throughout the year, and that they have to get another one. But if it gets lost, then they got to borrow mistletoe or everything else. But
or they oversleep. They don't get
up.
Right,
they're drunk.
They wake up the next morning and they're like, "Oh my God, it's gone."
And in fact, they should be sacrificing and then harvesting.
That's true. It's a whole big thing.
Right, it's a whole weekend.
People come out to watch it. It's an event.
And now the sacrificing.
It's at the festival with the flesh pole. It's the whole thing. You pay money to see the convicted, the little kids who got convicted for stealing bread or whatever. There's a whole motley assortment.
Today on the Druid channel at 10 a.m., sacrificing, followed by 12, harvesting of mistletoe. Yeah, there you go.
And Oh, and maybe what it would be is you could be like randomly who was selected for sacrifice, and so it'd be like everyone would be like watching. The family members are there, hoping that theirs will be saved.
Oh, you like those specials, like, yeah, Bob. You know, he had a bad patch, but you know he's a good guy, and
Bob, you can vote. You can do your plea. Why you shouldn't be sacrificed for the druids. This festival is. I'm starting to warm up to this thing. I would go. Would
right,
you?
that sounds great.
Right, I'm thinking Dangly and Tipsy would have a little stand there, right? For like you know where they have the cotton candy and thing like that. You'd have like, the Sturgis Ale, right? The Sturgis Red Ale.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. That's that whole idea of, you know, the druids pick 3 or 4 of them, because they, you know, it's a little seedy. They got to be a little worried that murdering a lot of people, and they basically do some kind of cast. They either vote or cast lots, and the one gets picked, and it's a Wicker Man kind of thing. They get thrown in the basket and killed.
Yeah, right.
I
and
love
then you
it.
go back to the flesh bowl. And everyone applauds.
And the Mad Wizard.
Music plays.
Yeah, that's right.
The lute. You know, the bard's got the Foggy Prose is there playing with the on the lute. Okay, so here's the shillelagh, because we're talking about a shillelagh, and I think the shillelagh should be able to be usable with club stats just normally. But let's talk about it, because you said read it, Dan, which I will. This spell enables the druid to change his own oaken cudgel into a magical weapon, which is +1 to hit and inflicts 2 to 8 hit points of damage on opponents up to man size, 2 to 5 points of damage on larger opponents. The druid must wield the shillelagh, of course. The material components of the spell are an oaken club, any mistletoe. Wait, so any mistletoe where's not everything's mistletoe that the druid can usually use.
Correct.
Though. Is that correct?
That is on
Some
page.
Of
It's on the page before. It's right there on page 54.
Oh, that's where it was. That's why I was struggling with it. It's at the beginning.
Yep.
So yeah, okay, so it could be borrowed mistletoe or lesser, but it can't be holly
or oak leaves.
Okay. So I got that. Okay, so what is a club usually? Oh, and a shamrock leaf, which is fun to use this for. So I love spell components, and so I love the spell components here. What does the club do usually? So why is this? It's +1 to hit, so that's good. 2 to 8 and 2 to 5. I guess that's better than what a club
is
usually
like 1
does.
to 6, 1 to 3.
Okay, I'll tell you, I'm bored. I tend not to like these spells. These spells seem to remind me of spells that, let's just give you a better weapon because you're just a spellcaster. I do like the fact that it's a shillelagh. That's interesting. I like the Irish roots. I like the shamrock being a spell coin. That's all fun. But what I don't like about it is, so this is a magical weapon. This is not just a shillelagh.
Right.
This is a magic. There should be a shillelagh on club over on the right-hand side, which is a lot of fun. I encourage people when they do weapons to use the ones on the note side. You know how there's always these things like holy water, morning stars includes a holy water sprinkler, and a lot of people debated what that means. But there's a lot of stuff on the right-hand side that could be used. I was disappointed that on the side of club, it didn't say shillelagh, but so that's...
Well, the thing I find interesting with that is druids, they never pick club when they pick their weapons. If you go to page 19.
Yeah, and it says oaken cudgel.
Right.
I assume that means club,
It's a
though,
club.
right?
It's the same thing. In my...
What page am I on?
Well, page 19 is where it says the weapon types.
Right.
So druids get 2 weapons. Now, most druids, 99.999% of them, if they're players, what are the 2 weapons they're going to pick?
Well, right off the bat, what I like is, I'm looking, scimitar and staff would be the ones. I know hammer's not a lot of damage. It seemed to me I would either do scimitar or staff.
Right. And
I want a ranged weapon, so I'm probably going to then take a sling.
Or spear, because you can chuck the spear. You can throw it at people.
Yeah. So I like sling because I've got multiple bullets. But right, okay. But so what were you thinking?
Well, the point is that, because again, like you said, it's what they're not picking is club. So this kind of says, well, wait a minute, it says his oaken cudgel, which means you should have one. Why would you not be proficient in that? Now, I guess they could be, but then you're minus whatever it is to hit. Druid, you'd be -4 to hit.
Yeah, you're right.
If you use that.
Then you use Shillelagh, and so you're like, okay, fine, it's a magical, but I'm still in the hole. But okay,
You're
yeah,
way
so,
in the hole with that.
So this raises another issue, which is the adjustment for damage based on AC. Because what is the point of picking so a club is 1 to 6, 1 to 3. A scimitar is 1 to 8, 1 to 8. What was the other one I was thinking of taking?
Staff,
a staff
or a sling.
A staff, and I'm going to want a ranged weapon. A quarterstaff is 1 to 6, 1 to 6. Why am I not taking a scimitar? Right? I mean, doesn't a scimitar, which of course seems to draw blood,
right?
Which is right. I mean, I guess that's fine because I'm a druid, not a cleric. That's 1 to 8, 1 to 8. So yeah, I'm not taking. If you take a club, can we turn over to page 38? Because I'd like to see if the adjustments might make a difference. Why you would want it? Oh, clubs are terrible. Look at clubs.
Right.
The only plus on club on adjustment to AC on page 38 of the PHB is a +1 on armor class 10. Oh, how often am I? So I get to do the beat down on the magic user, but everything's pretty much plus. Everything is a plus. Oh, there are some negatives. Oh, that's interesting. There's some negatives. A scimitar. Let's see a scimitar. Oh, scimitar's much better. So, yeah.
But there's what I just saw on club, which I didn't realize, is you can throw a club.
I did not know that. What? You can. You're right. That's hilarious. You can throw it. Its range isn't great. And obviously its fire rate is 1. Can you imagine if it was like 4, you got like all these clubs, you're like...
like a juggler.
Exactly. Club, oh my gosh. But James, look at the AC adjustment on clubs. On ranged.
Yeah, it's horrible.
It starts at -7. So the club, so yes, that is interesting. I'm glad you pointed that out, but it is a terrible ranged weapon. So help me.
So,
why do I have a club?
Well, my point is I would force people to do it. It sounds to me that the druid, Gary's saying, hey, you take your club. Shillelagh is a natural weapon. It should, in other words, they would have to give me a reason why you're not starting with a club and something else. You want a scimitar, that's fine, but you're going to have a club. Because
Shillelagh, boy, that ain't helping much. If that's designed to make it more attractive for me to choose club, it's not working.
Yeah, I don't think it's a staff. I don't consider a Shillelagh a staff.
What do you guys, hey, folks at the Green Goblin, James, the DM, is making me as a druid take club. What do you guys think of that? They don't like it.
No,
they don't like it, James.
Please, no.
That half-orc in particular, I don't know why he's so upset. He can't even become a druid, but he's particularly upset. Yeah, they don't like it, James. I don't like that. I would be very angry. Wouldn't you be if I told you you had to take it? You know who would take that? We've had players that would do that. I think of somebody like John. Remember our player John?
Yep.
Who he really got into the spirit of role-playing, and he would do things even if he felt it wasn't necessarily best from a power gaming standpoint. So I could see a player like James doing it. I would do something like that, but I think most people are, they're not going to.
Yeah, and it's certainly not a staff. I mean, some of them are longer, but it's more of a club. It's a cudgel.
So basically what you're saying is you've never seen anyone use Shillelagh. None of us know about this spell because no druid is ever taking club.
Correct. And I would say, just like the human sacrifices, if you want to make your druids a little more, because people think they're nerfed, I would counter they're actually super powerful. And you're going to say, how is that? Because they can only use leather armor. Well, 2 things. One, they advance very fast. I have a druid ranger in Tom's campaign.
That's impossible.
It's totally possible. Half-elf druid ranger is totally possible.
It can't be done with alignment.
It can be totally done. In fact, I think it's in the player's handbook.
No, Druid Ranger. No, Druid Ranger. You're the Cleric Ranger. Druid Ranger was proposed in Dragon, and I can't remember who did it, but they forgot that there was an alignment conflict, and they had to do an explanation later to explain it. And then, of course, in that other book, I think, then, you whatever, you can do anything you want. I mean, anything happens.
Okay.
You cannot be a druid ranger. You can be a cleric ranger.
Yeah, that's right.
It's an alignment problem. You got to be good to be a ranger.
Well, somehow they figured it out. Anyway,
They did not. No, it's a dragon now.
it's
And later you could be.
That's right.
Dragons.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
All
Well,
right, never mind.
it says cleric, yes. And if you wanted a very loose interpretation, you could say cleric and its subtypes, which is
What's
basically
your alignment? What's your
neutral
alignment?
good.
A druid can't be neutral good.
Well, apparently they can now. So, but that would be great. I'm neutral good, but I'm still sacrificing people. That would be amazing. That's my point.
That's right. Bring me the halflings. Bring me Tipsy and.
Well, I only sacrifice evil criminals, and
Okay. So, all right, but we digressed. Yes, I'm sorry. So you're playing a druid ranger.
you get your spell advancement is faster. So he's 4th level. He has access to 3rd level spells. He can cast neutralize poison, which is a huge deal. He can cast stone shape. That's a huge. There's a lot of good spells, and so.
And Dragon Magazine clarified, and I think this is fine because that was a clarification. You get bonus spells as a cleric.
Yes, that's
For
right.
wisdom, which is huge, right? That's huge
right.
because you can really have a lot if you have a decent wisdom. Now, that's hard because do you have a good wisdom?
No,
'Cause
it's
you gotta
just
be
like a
ranger.
14. It's not. It's okay.
Yeah, right. Because you're right. Because you got to be the ranger too. Which
Yeah,
makes it
there's a
hard.
lot. I
Okay.
mean, I barely had the stats. I mean, I rolled really well, but still, you need so many good stats. And they don't have to be exceptional. They just have to be all 13s or 14s at least.
Do you use a club?
No, that's my point. I would have said,
Force yourself.
I would have
You
had
could just have
right. I took a spear and I took a
you don't do
scimitar.
the talk. You talk the talk, but you don't
Well,
walk the walk.
this has been an enlightening discussion. That's what I'm saying.
You learned something.
Exactly.
You're gonna use club now. The problem with club, and just to remind you, we had forgotten about this. You know, we talk about these different stores we have. You know what one of the stores we had was? You came up with this name. It was very funny. I thought it tickled me. It was, remember we talked about a half ogre having a store or an ogre where he sold just clubs.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Remember
No, I
that?
don't remember that.
You came up with the name, the clubhouse.
Oh, the clubhouse. Yes.
You remember that?
No, that's
I was like,
good. I got to write that down.
that was you. It was funny. I think technically it should be the House of Clubs, but everyone, let's face
Yeah.
it,
Oh,
let's face it, everyone calls it the House of Clubs. I mean, calls it the clubhouse.
Well-
So you should take a club, James. The next time you get a even if you don't, not next time you get a new weapon for advancement, you should take it now. Suffer the penalty. Be a real druid. Be the druid you were meant to
Right.
be. Ashaleila, and that's it.
I need to talk to Tom about how my elven druid ranger is going to sacrifice and still be neutral good. That's what I want to know.
Yes, that sounds like a fun conversation.
All right. So
Yes.
now we're on to miscellaneous magic, and we're going to talk again. Dan pulled an audible. We're doing a specific item today, correct?
Omaha.
Exactly.
That's right.
What-
I'm pulling. Yeah, so we're not going to do random. I know that's unfortunate, but let's face it. The random roll on the treasure is always terrible anyway. We're going to do the luck stone, which of course you will not find if you're trying to look up luck stone, of course, because that would be too easy. James, how do you find this?
I have no idea. Because I was just
is
about
a-
to look for Luckstone. I know it's...
Just like the clubhouse's real name is the House of Clubs, the Luckstone's actual name is Stone of Good Luck.
Oh, there you go.
It is page 124 of the DMG, Stone of Good Luck. That's how you find it. Wow, $25,000 gold piece value? Let's see. That's what we should do. We should judge whether or not the market price is worth it.
Right.
That's enormous. I mean, I could build I can build a lab, a wizard's lab,
Right.
for a hell of a lot less. Right? It was like 1,000 gold pieces or
Yeah,
something to build a
it's
wizard's
way
lab.
less than that. Agreed.
So basically, you go into the pawn shop. You're at the market, and you see someone selling a bunch of stuff, and one of them is a Stone of Good Luck, and it has a little price tag there, and it says 25,000
25K.
gold pieces. The question is, are you buying? And I'm turning. I'm flipping.
This
I'm
is
turning.
the first edition.
I'm flipping. I'm turning. I have found myself on page 154,
Yep.
and we have a Darlene picture at the bottom.
That's a great Darlene picture.
It is a wonderful Darlene. picture. Are those are they laughing?
No, they're
Or
in
what are they
they're
doing?
in terror.
Oh,
So what we're describing is the magic user is concentrating on a sphere of annihilation, moving it towards some orcs, which is hilarious. That's something totally Dan would do.
oh, James, I have to admit, I thought that was just like a dark sun or something. So that's a sphere. I don't even know what a sphere of annihilation. It doesn't sound good.
It's right. It's
It
right
sounds like
there.
a
It's
great
right next
bar.
to it. It's right above it. Sphere of annihilation.
It sounds like a great bar, doesn't it?
That's right.
The sphere of annihilation.
That's a
Oh,
drink.
well,
That's a
that's
drink. A sphere of annihilation.
right. It goes right through you. We're not going to talk about that.
No,
But what I like,
you got to. If you don't know what a sphere of annihilation is, that's like one of the most iconic magic items in all of D&D.
I don't even know what the Hand of Vecna is, and I keep hearing about it with this whoever that celebrity guy is who was on that one TV show or
Right.
whatever, and he stole it or something, and it was a big deal. And I don't even know what the Hand of Vecna
The
is.
sphere of
Is that another thing?
annihilation. Okay, next we got to talk about it next time. But just short version, it's classically known in Tomb of Horrors, the portal.
I've never been through Tomb of
Okay, well
Horrors.
then that's enough. Well,
Or run
we're
it.
not going to say any more of that. But yes,
I know there's something you're not supposed to walk into. Or
there's a lot. There's
that.
like
It's a
everything
big
you're not supposed to walk into.
That's everything.
But anyway, this is
don't walk into the tomb at all.
right. Just avoid the tomb. So this is a sphere of annihilation that he is concentrating and moving towards the orcs, which is why they're running in terror. That's all you need to know.
Got it. And what I like about this is Darlene has drawn them appropriate. They are pig-faced.
Right. That's how I know
Which
they're
is
orcs, or else I wouldn't know they're
Right.
orcs.
We would know what they are.
Right.
Okay. So, but today we want to know if we're going to spend 25,000. Are you buying or selling? Are you going to buy a stone of
Well,
good
that's
luck?
selling for 25,000. That's not for buying.
It's selling. That's right. You're certainly right. I was thinking like buy or sell is like just a phrase.
Oh,
Are you
I
like-
see.
yeah.
I see. Okay.
No, but you're right. Are you buying? So are you are you gonna buy it? So here it is. This magical stone is typically a bit of rough polished agate or similar mineral. Its possessor gains +1 on all dice rolls involving factors such as saving. So that's a big one. Saving. So all saving throws get +1, correct? That's a big one. Slipping, dodging, etc. Whenever a die or dice are rolled to find whether the character has an adverse happening befalling. So it's only adverse. Would you do it to reaction rolls?
I would, depends on, yes, I would do it there.
Okay, that's +5%. This luck does not affect hit and damage dice or spell failure dice. Additionally, the luck stone gives the possessor +1 or -1 to 10% at owner's option on rolls for determination of magic items or division of treasure. We don't have to talk about that. The most favorable results will always be gained with a stone of good luck. Okay. I don't understand. Okay. Well, what do you want to talk about first? Because I'm going to definitely want to talk about this treasure division business.
Well, going back to what I would allow the benefit to come on, I would allow for saving throws. I would allow for, it says adverse reactions. So if someone was doing an ability check to climb or whatever, and the alternative would be falling, like climb walls, I would allow that. If you're doing if the charisma check would prevent the orc from attacking you, so yes, I would do reaction rolls. Again, if it was the difference between an adverse effect, if you're trying to get a gain on someone, like you're trying to save 10% on your price, that I wouldn't do it with. But the idea is avoiding a bad fate.
Okay. Yeah. So this is the one that interests me, though. Additionally, the luckstone gives the possessor +or -1 to 10% at owner's option on rolls for determination of magic items or division of treasure. Okay, help me out here. Are we going to have to go to the player's handbook discussion of division of magic treasure?
Yeah, apparently.
Where are we going?
Well, you can go there. You can go to the DMG, which talks about that as well.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, if you want to go to the DMG, I can go to the player's handbook. Why? So this is actually happening. People actually roll to divvy up treasure. I guess usually it seemed to me people just talked about what it makes the most sense for particular characters to have.
Well, the only thing the DMG says, if I remember correctly, is that the dividing of experience points is the purview of the dungeon master. The dividing of treasure is completely up to the players. It's something.
Well, and that makes sense.
Something to that version of it. So it's gonna, and then I will confirm that. How treasure, so this is on page 685 of the DMG. The how treasure is divided is actually in the realm of the player decisions. Experience points is strictly your prerogative. So at that point, and then it obviously talks about, if you keep a magic item versus selling it, what it is. But that's basically where it ends there as far as dividing of treasure.
Now, wasn't there somewhere in the player's handbook? I thought there was a talk about division of treasure in the player's handbook.
It's in the back.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
all
just
the way in
having
the back.
trouble. I thought it was. I was on Successful Adventures, but I was struggling.
I think it's that picture where they're all kind of standing over the treasure, I thought, but maybe it's...
Oh, okay. That would make sense.
So just find that guy.
Or flipping and turning.
This is so first edition.
Yes, it is.
Where is it? Dude, hold on.
You get that?
Where's it?
Is there anyone online?
There is. Hold on. I'll see if they say anything. Yeah, so Ragnar says what they would do is they would roll for the first thing, and basically that would be like the draft, and then you could trade. We never did that.
So this is what's interesting though, is if you're rolling.
Here it is, page 122.
Where?
I was right. It is the picture of the people haggling over stuff.
Oh, it's way back. Oh, 122?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Appendix 5.
Appendix 5.
Suggested. It has its own appendix.
It does. So
it's the very last one. Oh, I forgot the cheese. I need to start eating some cheese. Okay, so what I'm going to wonder is, do any of these have anything to do with, the luck stone is supposed to give you luck in actual game things. If is rolling.
Yep. Keep going.
If you roll, are these metagaming things? Not, the characters, the PCs don't have polyhedrals with them. I guess is my point. But maybe we should read about how you.
Yeah, but they have
treasure.
ways to draw lots. They've drawn lots since time immemorial.
Okay, so what you think is that we should read this, right? So you can have agreements, equal
Which
shares.
Is your favorite? That's your favorite agreements.
Simple division of the total number of character. Well, that's for money. The problem is going to be, we need to go to magical treasure, don't we? Okay, you shares by level, equal shares plus bonus. None of this is random yet.
Yep, keep going.
Right? Character incapacity. This looks very much like a contract. Okay, let's go to magical treasure.
I want you to do this as a contract in the first party, in the second party, and
We should have proposed like forms. That probably would be. Do you think that there probably are lawyers who are selling like, what do you want? I got form contracts. I got your equal share contract. I got your share by level contract. I got your equal shares plus bonus. I got ones with modify, right? And then you could pick. It's like legal Zoom,
right,
of its time.
Okay. Non-player contract, relative of the non-player contract,
right?
Henchman versus hireling. I'm sure there's all a bunch of things.
Oh yeah. Oh no. It's a long process. James, if I eat some of this cheese, do you promise to tell me promptly if any of it is in my beard?
Yes.
Because I'm eating the wedge. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So for those who eat, if you put it all in your mouth, I think you're successful, and you did that. So
that's what I did.
Just because you're between me and my nap, and it's 11:15, the second to last paragraph under magical treasure says, magic items thus parceled are then diced for. The character with the highest roll selecting first, and then the second highest scoring character choosing next. It is suggested that each character be given a number of rolls equal to his or her level of experience, the highest of these rolls being the one retained. Non-player characters typically allowed a single roll.
Magic items, the character with the highest roll selecting first, and then it is suggested each character be given a number of rolls equal to his. So, are you saying, and I'm fine with this, I like this, I like what you're saying, that of course, these players are not actually, because the division has to happen in the game itself, not just metagaming it. So what you're suggesting is that there is the equivalent of some random determination. Instead of using dice, there's some random, whether it's cards, playing cards, right? Or I guess or dice, right? Because we have like knuckle bones,
Right.
don't we? So
right.
they have
There's
dice.
all kinds of things. Correct.
Oh yeah, you're right. There are all kinds of dice. So there's surely 6-sided dice. So those 6-sided dice get kind of hard because you got to add 5. The luck stone is 5%.
Right.
Oh, do I get +1?
You get +1.
No, I get 5%. No, I
Well,
don't.
it says +1 or 5%. So but I would say it's meant 5%. So you'd roll a d20 and do it that way.
Okay, so you say we're doing some sort of card-based thing. So we're doing whatever sort of random thing, and then that bonus is how it would apply to the actual game
Yep.
that we're. Okay, all right. Why? What I don't understand is what's the +1 to 10%, plus or minus 1 to 10%.
Well,
at the
I think what they're saying is that you could either give yourself a +1 or you could give other people a -1.
Oh, but what's the okay? I see what you're saying.
Because that's
there.
what at the owner's choice. That's the only thing that, well, not the only thing. That's what I've surmised out of it.
Yeah, the luckstone gives a possessor at owner. Oh, see, yeah, that's weird. Isn't that weird?
Yes.
So you think it's like a stone of bad luck for other people. Your bad luck is my good luck.
Right. You could either make 1 minus or give yourself plus. Because
But what's the 1 to 10? I take 10. What am I missing?
well, if you're doing percentages or you're rolling a single dice, I think that's up to the DM and how they're rolling it.
It says but it says at owner's option. It's making it sound like I get to choose between 1 and 10%. If I'm getting 10% luck or you're getting 10% bad luck, isn't 10% always going to be better
Right.
than 1%?
I don't understand why it's 1 or 10%. I just focus on the plus or minus.
But we're all right. This may be this may be gibbering mouth.
Yeah. First of all, I never had a luck stone or whatever it's called, stone of good luck. Because what do we normally do with our stones of good luck?
I don't know. What do you do with your stones of good luck?
We give them to Saul, and Saul crushes them up puts in an identity.
Identity needs luckstone?
Well, it doesn't need it, but don't you? This is why now you're really going to laugh. Go back to the identity scroll. This is why identity, the spell, is such a troll. So go back to identity.
Yeah. Where are you at?
I'm moving towards it. Where's identity? Identify, page 66.
Okay. Identify. Oh my gosh, I see luckstone at the bottom. If a luckstone is powdered and added to the infusion, probability increases. Yeah, that's 25,000 gold pieces.
Right.
That's insanity.
That's why identify is a troll thing. Who would do that? Who would take a magic item, grind it up and drink it so that you get a +4 to save and 25%?
Wow. Yeah, because 25. Yeah. I guess to a long haul, it might actually maybe ultimately with division of magic items, it might ultimately pay off the 25,000. I guess if you make your saving throw versus poison, it paid it off. So I guess it can pay it off. It's just, boy, that's a lot of money to pay. I'm not.
No, you never. Why would you ever take something that gives you +1 to saves, +1 to ability checks, so you can grind it up so you have a slightly better chance to find out what a magic item is?
Oh, I agree with you. That's number one. I'm not buying a luck stone. I'm finding it. Oh, and let me put it this way: if I find it, I'm selling it. Yeah, I'm certainly not, as a magic user, going to grind it up to increase identify. Number one, I'm pissed off that my DM. What do you guys think of DMs who require you to use identify spell? I figured that was coming. And so that would be.
No, God,
Exactly.
please, no.
Exactly. You got to use. You're a druid. You got to use a club, right? You're the magic user. You need to use identify.
That's right. Well,
Yeah, the green
Ragnar
posting
has
we
some
got.
good ideas too with this.
Okay.
So you could also use a percentage is for determination of magic items. So you could potentially use it for when the DM, let's say, doesn't know what the magic item is. Let's say it's any potion. And you could roll, and the player could say, oh, plus 10 or minus 10 to that.
That's nice. I mean, I like that idea. Now, of course, you could have a DM who's going to be like, well, it says against adverse effects, and is knowing, does that prevent adverse effects? I mean, I guess it's possibly poison, though a sip of poison, a little sipsy is gonna, you got to save anyway, don't you?
Or you could, so let's say you had a DM who doesn't roll up treasure before the game, and you defeat the things that have treasure type I, you could then roll it, and if the player character, they would have a higher, potentially you could say they have a higher chance of finding magic items.
You could do that. I mean, again, that's going toward getting a benefit as opposed to avoiding something adverse, right? The Luckstone seems to be pushing it.
But it has both. It has preventing bad things personally, but when it comes to dividing treasure, it gives you a bonus.
If that's the way you read.
Well, it definitely does.
Well, that's true. No, you're right. No, you're right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. For treasure. Well, that's true. For yeah, you'd have to extend it beyond that sentence to That's
I mean, to me, it doesn't make any sense why it doesn't help you to hit. I can understand damage, but
at 25,000, and I agree. You know, I mean, Ragnar's point is a good one too. Particularly when you're talking about 25,000.
Right.
I mean, come on.
That's a huge amount.
I mean, let's make this thing a little better. So yeah, so let's face it. Luckstones are kind of cool if you find them. Don't buy them. But if you find it, I'm selling it. I don't know if I'm going to find. I'm not helping my cause here to sell it for 25,000 because I'm telling no one to buy it. But I'm going to try to sell this thing. Heck, how much are you selling your Luckstone for?
At least 25,000.
Just tell me. But tell me your lowest price. I won't tell the buyer. I swear. It's just between us. How much would you sell that thing for?
Well, it depends on the market. 25 would be the absolute minimum.
Wait, you would not sell it for anything less than 25? No. So let's say someone says, I'll pay you. You find a Luckstone in an adventure. And so you go to the market and someone says, I'll give you 10 grand for it. Because you can't always find someone to pay top dollar. Would you sell it for 10,000 gold pieces?
No, God!
Okay, you're holding out.
God, please, no!
That's right.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I may sell that thing for 10,000.
I'm like the guy on eBay who puts stuff up there for a ridiculous price and just waiting for someone to pay for it.
Luckstone, 25,000. Right. Yeah, Luckstone, 250,000. All right. So I think. So what have we learned? We've learned Shillelagh, not a great spell. Boo, right? Boo. Thumbs down.
Well, I mean, if you have no magic weapon, it's good. But druids are never going to take the club. So.
Right. So you don't. Right. That's the point. It's not a horrible spell if you've got a club and you run into some undead or whatever needs to be hit with a magical weapon. Good point. But to your other point, you got to have a club first. You got to have the oaken cudgel.
Well, and you have to be proficient in it, because if you're not, you're getting -4 to hit. So.
Yes. So you had to have decided I'm going to take club. So yeah, I'm taking club. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So this is the way it goes down. I'm taking club. Everyone's like, why are you taking club, dude? Just leave me alone. I'm taking club. Well, we're members of this party too. And if you take crappy stuff, you heard, and like, shut up. And right, everyone's fighting. I'm taking club.
That's right.
And then I say, well, let me explain. I'm taking club, and I'm going to use it as a proficiency. Because if we run into some undead, we may need a magic weapon, and then I'm going to cast Shillelagh. That's why I'm taking club instead of scimitar. And how does that? What do you guys think about that as my fellow party members?
No, I'd rather you take fairy fire so I can get +2 to hit. And
Right.
if I have a silver weapon, I hit most of the undead that we should be getting. And if the DM has put a white in a first level module, what should happen to that DM?
The DM should be punched in the nose.
Exactly.
clearly.
That's what should happen.
And then I find a luck stone, and no one will buy this piece of junk for the 25,000. And my DM is reading it by the book. I only get it for treasure division and for avoiding adverse effects, and it's not very useful. No, even worse. I spent 25,000 gold pieces on this thing, and this is bad.
I'm curious if at Saul's Identity Shop they have like different packages. Like you get the base package, 500 gold pieces, uses the pearl, and then like at the restaurant they have that one bottle of Dom Perignon that's on the wine list, and it's like $500. Like who buys that thing? Does he have a luck stone on the list of services? Super identity, 30,000 gold pieces.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, maybe you got money to burn. Yeah, that's right.
And then someone comes in and goes, yeah, I don't have time to sit here and wait for you to cast multiple identities. I want to get this thing over with.
I need to know. I found this sword, this woman, I was at this lake, and this woman's arm rose up and it had a sword or something like that, right? And I grabbed it.
Right.
I really need to know, like, am I king or something like that, right? Or I pulled this out of some stone. No one wants to recognize me as king, and so you really need to know. So I guess that's right. You could be. I would like the Luckstone package. All right, let me get it. I need payment up front, of course. All right. I like that idea.
So,
but yeah,
that's that.
They stink. Those two items stink.
Yeah, they're not very good. Now, if they were cumulative, then that would be good. Like if I could have 5 luck stones, and I could get. It doesn't say it's not, but if I had a cool DM, and it wasn't.
This campaign sucks.
And where I could have 5 of them, and I could get +5 to saves, well, then that would be amazing.
Oh yeah, you got like bag of luck stones.
Right, necklace of luck stones.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like you wear it on, the druid, you wear it on your head or something, right? Like a little luckstone crown.
Yeah, you get +5 to that and +5 dexterity or whatever. So there you go. Well, very good.
James, I know, but I beg you, we have got to bring
this home. Right, we got to take care of this.
We got to bury this thing because I want to move on to the bard.
Right.
We got the bard one.
I know.
Too.
There's a bard one, and there's another one. I noticed because I was reading a little bit about because people were curious what Delph approved was. And I read some because there's not just a bard. There's what do we do?
Paladin.
There's the paladin too, right?
I don't have the paladin. I got the bard, and I don't have paladin.
And what was the first one we did?
We did the gnome illusionist.
Oh, gnome illusionist. Right. Well, that makes sense. Why? Of course, we did that one first. All right. So we're doing. So the last time we went through the Great Hall, and there was a carnivorous ape.
Yes, and just to let for people listening, this is the final, not the penultimate, but the ultimate installment of Have You Ever Played a Wizard in the Heart of a Hobgoblin Lair by Cameron Munn and Kelly Villamere from First Encounter magazine back, I believe, in 1983. You are playing the magic user Elron Baroon, Chaotic Evil, Slayer of Elves. Hope you are still alive. You are trying to get back from the hobgoblins the item that was stolen from you, right? They I can't remember what they got. They took
a gem, wasn't it a gem?
A gem, and yeah, we're going to a lot of effort. It's like you think it's a friggin' luck stone. And just to let you know that this installment is brought to you by the Dragon's Lair at Vista Plaza 7487. Yep, get up. Dragon's Lair. Dragon's Lair in Burnaby, British Columbia. Give them a call, 521-4945, and tell them that James and Dan sent you. And look, and this is very funny. This is great. The Dragon's Lair cartoon has a little cartoon on there. It says, certainly worth killing a dragon for this treasure. And there are 2. Wow, I wonder if this was probably drawn by Eric Hotz, our friend Eric Hotz. Right, because look at this, and it says, and they're reading 2 First Encounter magazines.
Oh, that is super cool.
You see that? That's pretty cool, right?
That is very cool.
So, all right. So here we go. We're landing this plane. And where were we, James? Were we standing in front of a door, weren't we?
Yes. Well, we just defeated the carnivorous ape by the door.
Yes. Right. And so now we are at and hopefully you're still alive. I am. James, are you alive?
What was that?
Are you alive?
No.
You died like
I died.
Dennis Rollins.
That's why I don't care, because I died so long ago.
Right. Okay, here we go, folks. This is it. Bring it home. Guys, take it seriously out there, okay? I know we like to joke around a lot. This is serious. This is the final one. After opening the door, you see a 10-foot wide corridor going down about 60 feet to a door at the end. The walls have small torches on the walls, as throughout the lair, so you easily move up to the door. You open it, and revealed to you is a 30-foot by 20-foot cavern. Inside it, plainly visible, is your gem that you seek, lying on a 4-foot-high rock slab in the middle of this cavern. But there is more. Surrounding this rock slab is this brownish colored mold all along the floor. It's not going to be easy. You decide to. There's 12 of these, because I know you probably want to know after last time.
Right.
There are 12. Number 1, stand behind the door and shoot a fireball into the room, then quickly rush in, grab the gem, then run back out. Now you can only select this if you haven't used your fireball. 2, cast burning hands all along the floor as you enter, burning this mold. 3, cast a sleep spell on this mold, then run in and grab the gem. 4, cast protection from evil on self, then run in and grab the gem. 5, simply run in, grab the gem, then run back out. 6, cast an ice storm, then after entering the room, grab the gem, then run out. 7, use the ring of invisibility, then quickly run in, grab gem, then run back out. 8, polymorph self into a hawk, then quickly fly in, grab the gem, then come out. Ooh, it's like when you read a menu and you think you know what you're going to do.
Yeah, I was looking at a couple of them, and now that's a good one.
The special's got your eye,
Right,
hasn't it?
It does.
Today we have a polymorph self into a hawk. 9. Thank you, folks. 9. Cast, I feel like all our stuff is going to be stolen when we're done with the show. Cast continual light into the room near the door, then quickly run in, grab the gem, then run out. 10. Grab one of the torches from the walls, then enter, burning the mold as you move up to the gem, then grab it and run. I got to tell you, Kelly and Cameron have really come through in the end. They really have. This is very entertaining. 11. Yep, let's hear it for Cameron and our friend Kelly. Use haste scroll on self, run in, grab the gem, then run out. 12. Pull out dagger, then run in, grab the gem, then run out. All right, that's it, folks. Those are the 12. 1 fireball, 2 burning hands, 3 sleep, 4 protection from evil, 5 you're just running in,
Yeah.
6 ice storm, 7 invisibility, 8 polymorph self, 9 continual light, 10 grab a torch, 11 haste, and 12 pull out dagger, run in. I don't know what you're doing with the dagger, and run out. All right.
So people are putting their choices in. So if people had listened to this entire show pre-drinking, there was a clue we gave inadvertently. I didn't know this was the final thing where we talked about this. What is the clue that we gave, and do you think it applies to this?
Are you talking about polymorph self? There was a question. We had a discussion of polymorph self on one of the prior episodes. Am I on to that? Oh, I'm not. I'm not on to it.
Who did we have on besides Rob?
We had Carlos Lising.
Right. And Carlos is brought on here because he's a great guy, and he does what for us?
Oh, he does Incomprehensible
Right.
Death.
And one of the first Incomprehensible Deaths was?
Yes. You cast a fireball.
On what?
Mold.
Right. And what happened?
Well, I don't know, because that's why it was incomprehensible. I don't remember.
I don't remember. Did we survive that?
It went everywhere. No, I ended up like in a wall or something.
That's right.
Didn't
We
I?
died. So.
It went everywhere. Is it because it like blew up all the mold?
That's right. That's correct. Well, well, I don't want to spoil it. So if you want to, but that is the hint that we gave. that if
You've been warned. Is that what you're
right. So, and it's interesting that a number of these are fire-based things.
So fire seeming not good with the moles.
Right. So if you want to put an answer, now is the time to put it. So with that said,
Kelly may disagree. Remember, he didn't have me getting to speak to a porcupine, which
Right.
my research had shown that they do burrow at
yes,
times.
I agree with you. So
Thank you.
with all that said, which one are you picking?
Oh, this isn't even close, my friend. I am definitely. It's like when you see that special, like that's gotten Gormancy written all over it. I'm polymorphing myself into a hawk, quickly flying in, grab Gem, and then come out. Please, 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 don't let me die right at the end. I've worked so hard at this.
Well, do you want me to curse you by selecting the same one or pick something different? Because I agree with you. That's the best one.
Do whatever you want to do. No, you got to go. You got to fly your own way.
Okay. Well, I would definitely do. I would like the polymorph into the hawk as well because I'm
Yes, you're dead anyway.
right. I'm dead, so it doesn't matter. But I don't want you to say I jinxed you in dying because
Right, 'cause usually the one you pick
Right.
goes terribly. Right, we've switched.
Right.
Over time, you've become like me, and
I want the
become like you.
coolest thing. So everyone else who's still playing is pick 6. So I think we can do
Burning
it.
hands is kind of funny. I don't know if you're like Are you crawling?
Yeah. Well, it's like you're like a flamethrower. You kind of going blasting through it. I guess.
Right.
I'm not quite sure.
Well, ice storms. They're being smart. They're going with. They're going with something.
Okay.
Well, that was funny. Did I miss a good joke?
It's just I can't run this sound thing. Go ahead, keep going.
Well, that's okay. Do we have anyone else? We probably should.
Nope, they're saying our option sucks. But okay, let's see.
They don't like the option, because they're all fire based. See, I thought they were cool because I had actually kind of forgotten about that fire thing. Okay, so we're ready to go.
Yep.
Did anyone pick number 1?
No, it was
Other
just us. 6 and 8 are the only two that have been picked.
So no one picked number 1 other than us like a year ago.
Right.
They're listening to the show. Okay, number 1. After it is shot in and you run in, the brown mold starts to grow rapidly, and you take 9 hit points of damage before leaving the room. So where is that? Is that on the brown mold? Like, is it where does this come from?
Yeah, it absorbs heat. It says.
Oh, so in the monster meat. Is this just brown? Is it only brown
Yes.
mold? Because other molds.
There are other molds. There's yellow molds, but brown mold grows. It's in the monster manual, not the player's handbook.
So that's funny. So Gary, that's a very funny one. Okay. Gary.
Yeah, but it's interesting how Kelly says it grows. See, it doesn't sound like it's growing super fast, whereas Carlos's interpretation, which was more like mine, is that it blooms, like it explodes with the fireball. That it.
Okay, well, we're turning and flipping. All right.
Page
I'm going to brown mold.
71 of the monster manual.
The Morkoth was always kind of weird, wasn't
Yeah.
it? It was like something out of Get Smart or something.
Right.
Right?
It's got
what is that?
it's got that vertigo thing. Yeah, exactly.
It's lucky it's in the monster manual, so I guess maybe it's Gary. I know they're not all Gary, because if it was in the Fiend Folio, I'd be like, seriously? So Fiend Folio. Okay. Brown mold grows anywhere beneath the surface of the ground. It is light tan to golden brown in color. It cannot stand high concentrations of ultraviolet light, but it feeds on radiant energy of most other sorts. Where a patch of brown mold grows, the temperature will be below average. So your infravision can pick it up. If a creature walks in 5 feet of the patch, the mold will begin absorbing its body heat, even from a basically cold-blooded creature. Each melee round that a creature is in 5 feet of the brown mold, the mold will drain heat. Oh, equal to 1 to 8 hit points. Frost damage. Oh my gosh. So it's like sucking the heat out of you?
Yeah, it's like a heat sink. It sucks it up. Yep.
Oh my gosh. Worse, I'm going to die from hypothermia?
Mm-hmm.
Worse still, this mold grows instantaneously from heat. So if a torch, flaming oil, or a fireball, not a fireball, a fireball, is near the patch, just near it, it will be able to grow 2, 4, or 8 times its area from the heat fed to it. This growth will be so rapid that on the next melee round, it will have spread and be draining any further heat in its new area of growth. So it does sound like it just grows really fast. I'm not really feeling like it's exploding.
Well, but it's rapid, so rapid. It grows 8 times basically in the next round. So within a minute, it grows 8 times the size.
So basically, you're walking. So basically,
It's like that great
here.
stuff. It kind of just, yeah, go ahead.
So you're walking by. You're in the cave. You've got the torch. You don't see the brown mold, and it's just growing, and it's starting to suck. And you don't even know like what's happening. It's like you're just feeling colder. Like, are you guys getting cold?
It's just,
You so like you just die. Oh, that's a good way to go.
that is
So like when I'm older, just send me into a cave with brown mold.
Soylent
of
Green, the new version. Before we make you Soylent Green, we put you in the cold room, and you just get
Yeah,
absorbed.
you just go in there and you just and I just go numb.
go-
I don't remember anymore. So you just kind of that's what's happened. So have you ever done that? You're just kind of like you guys are getting cold.
No, I haven't. That'd be cool.
That's
though.
kind of interesting too, right? I mean, you're not. It's not like you see a bunch of brown mold and everyone's like, no, okay, well, don't fireball that.
Right.
Or put out the torches, but you should just kind of walk
Well,
in.
any of
and,
those
right, if-
gotcha traps are really hard to do, unfortunately.
nowadays.
Well, they're hard to do nowadays, but they're also hard then because they're either ultra deadly or you give up the ghost if someone knows what they're doing.
Really, what I should have done is I should not have ever done GROGTALK. I really should have just adventured after the 30 years because I knew nothing. I mean, I literally didn't know what a saving throw was. Like these monsters, it would have been perfect because that would have been so much fun, right? I mean,
Right.
it's like when you've seen the movie and then you read the book. I would have not known. I would have died all these deaths. It would have been like I was living in 1977. You know, it would have been awesome. Oh well, that ship sailed. Okay, moving on. Number 2. No one selected that. Burning Hands. I think people probably sense that's not going to go well. Yeah, same as number 1, but you only take 7 hit points of cold damage, so it's not as bad. So you get out of there and you're free. So you may just die from cold. You got the gem and you're crawling and crawling.
And you die from it, correct.
And you die from it. Okay, 3
And the
was a
fact
sleep
it's only
spell.
doing 7 is pretty good.
Generous.
Right, because it's D8 for every 10 degrees above 55. Well, if you're a normal human and you have 98 degrees, that's 48 it should be.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sleep. This doesn't sound like this is going to work. No effect. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, even I know I'm the guy who did the sleep spell and whatever, but I don't think that I did. Okay, I have a skeleton bone to pick with you.
Okay.
So I cast sleep with something. It was some monster that had sleep. Oh, was it the pipes or something? Why the pipes? The pipes for the satyr don't say it's a sleep spell. It says you can do. It will cause sleep on any creature. You treated it like the spell and didn't allow me to sleep somebody above certain hit dice. And I'd like to place. Is there a place that I can submit a complaint? Is there a complaint email? Do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
It's already been.
You're talking
it's
about
been rejected?
the pipes that we made up?
No, I think it was a satyr. Hold on.
You're
I
not
think
a
the
satyr. You're not a satyr. Your character was a brownie.
No. I had when I played the satyr, I played them, and you asked what was I going to try to use, and I said, well, I'm going to try to use sleep. Isn't that one of the ones that the satyr pipe?
Yeah, but you're not the satyr pipe itself can't do it. It's the satyr that does it. He needs a pipe to.
It says by means. Okay, the satyr can charm, sleep, or cause fear. It says. Ready for this? In all. Within, and I'm going to use your textual because I know your method of textual interpretation. In all, within 60 inches hearing radius, unless they say versus magic. If I recall, my guess is you did not allow it to work. You didn't even roll for save because you said it was a creature above a certain. Doesn't the sleep spell only work on creatures of certain hit dice and below?
Who are you talking about?
A Basil.
No. When you were Basil. Oh, I see.
I think you said that.
I thought you were talking about the adventure from last week. I'm like, what are you? I thought you were talking about the brownie who was playing the pipes. I'm like, because we've had so many satyrs now. I'm trying to remember. Like, what are you talking about? Okay, so now I got.
And then there's laying the pipe, which you oftentimes get confused about, right? So I was talking about playing the pipes, James.
Yes. Yes.
Not where are you laying the pipe?
Yeah. No.
No, James, not that.
Okay. No, you're talking about the random encounter where we had, which by the way, the satyr, was that the original one or was that was the divine intervention, if I remember correctly?
Oh I think you're right. Yeah, because that seemed would be a
So
strange.
by
Yeah.
then I was already done with this nonsense, but okay.
Right, where you're at now. So I just want to say, I think that you wouldn't play that as a normal sleep spell, right?
Yeah, the
'Cause it says
Sturge was
all.
defeated and then defined in yes. So if I would have read what it said, yes, they would have been a save versus sleep, correct.
So you agree with that? So in other words, you don't have the limitations.
That is correct.
It's not the creature hit dice limitation, right?
Right. I don't remember that. You'll have to look up the tapes. So that would be the Valentine's Day special episode.
Let's just move on.
No, you can go back. You can watch the whole 4 hours, episode 76.
Don't make me listen, please. You win. I withdraw. Complaint to withdraw. I'd like to file a motion for voluntary dismissal.
In fact, he says this, but I know he's going to find it. He's going to send me later the link where it is. I guarantee it.
Actually, I'm not. I'm withdrawing my. Okay. We are on to number 4.
Yeah.
Protection from evil. That sounds like a terrible idea. I mean,
Yeah.
they think our listeners are rookies. What does Kelly think? Exactly. He's insulting. He's insulting our audience. Our audience is very good. Okay.
Number 4.
Number 4 is same as number 3. No effect. Take 6 hit points of cold damage. Why does it protect? Oh, yeah, that's right. It was sleep spell. Okay, so yeah, you're just being sucked of your energy. Okay, 5. Run in. This wasn't a bad idea.
Mm-hmm.
I saw I had an image of a naked dangly running in real fast. But okay, that wasn't a horrible idea because you're running fast. Take 6 hit points. Wait, why on the 1 I'm crawling presumably? Why am I taking?
First of all, why is how'd the hobgoblins get the gem in here? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, what is it doing? That's a very good. Well, come on, James. It's the early '80s. You didn't explain stuff like that.
Exactly.
Right, the early '80s. You just no one. Why are there?
Why are there not dead hobgoblins who've been frozen there, sucked the life out of them?
Oh, see, you're so 21st century D&D.
Yeah, I know.
This is first. No, you know why? You know why?
First edition.
Exactly.
I was just screaming for that. Okay. Now invisibility. I don't know what that would do.
Nothing.
I'm getting all like cocky, aren't I?
Yeah,
you
are becoming first edition. You're like, that won't work.
Give me a break. I missed the old self. I didn't know what the heck anything was. Okay. Yeah, take 6 hit points of damage on the invisibility. 8 is polymorph. Here we go, folks.
Wait. How did we miss 6? What happened to 6?
Oh, so I'm sorry. I skipped it because I skipped it. Ice Storm. No problem. Great choice.
Yes.
And we had people who picked that, right?
The smart people online picked it. Absolutely.
Great choice,
Great choice.
Kelly said.
Good job.
Cameron, great. Oh, that's awesome. Okay.
Ring Inviso does nothing. Now 8.
I hope we get a great choice, don't you?
Yeah.
Because those guys got a great choice. Yeah. We should get a great choice, don't we?
I'm not feeling so great, but we'll see.
Take 3 hit points of cold damage. Oh, yeah, because we're like the Hawk. We're still in there. We're moving faster.
Yeah, we're moving fast.
So it's not as smart as the Ice Storm because we didn't
How many hit points did you have, Dan?
Oh, no. I had 6.
Oh, you still had 6? Good job.
I don't think I've ever, since that first time, when I went like from 29 to 6, I don't think I've ever, you can go back and listen to all the tapes. I don't think I've ever lost any hit points.
I'm not listening to this. I take your word for it.
So, yeah, so you're really at negative.
I've been dead for a long time.
9 is, I'm going to be so happy to be a bard. 9 is, people don't have to play on that one if they don't want to, because that's optional. 9
that is funny.
Continue light, same as M7, 6 hit points of cold damage. 10, grab one of the torches. Oh, that sounds terrible. Same as M1. After, well, it shouldn't be the same as a fireball, should it? It grows rapidly. Take 9.
Should be burning hands, more like it, I would think.
I agree with that. Don't argue with the DM. Haste, take 2 hit points of cold damage. So that wasn't bad either.
Because you're fast.
Haste was better than the Hawk. You're fast.
Right.
I would have done haste and Hawk.
Right. Hasted Hawk. That's good.
Yeah, right. The hasted Hawk.
That's a good name of a bar. The Hasted Hawk.
It is the hasted Hawk. 12 is, I like this one. Pull out dagger, because why are you pulling out the
There's
dagger?
no way. Well, maybe it's like the Golden Child. Eddie Murphy's got to have the dagger when he finds the. Oh, he's trying to get the dagger. Never mind. Sorry, I forgot that.
Same as M5, 6 hit points of damage. So there it is.
Is there a conclusion?
Does
it say anything?
Oh, yes. There is, yes. At the end of the movie, we wait for after the
Right.
trailer. I'm the guy who left during the trailer. And you're like, oh,
As
yeah,
soon
you
as
didn't see the part.
I mean, so we would go see Star Wars, and it's literally as soon as the Death Star blew up, you'd be like, okay, I'm leaving.
Yeah, because you got to beat the traffic. Out. Yeah, I'm like, come on, kids. We got to go. Fast.
Your poor children are like, oh, they hear that's great shot, and then the door closes because they don't hear the rest of it. They don't see the
They don't
award.
even know. I would tell them to leave to beat the traffic as they're starting to attack the Death Star.
We know what's gonna happen.
Let's go, guys. You know he blows it up. I saw it last week. Get out of here, you jerk. Don't tell us how it ends. Do you remember the end of who was the what was the one where the kid skipped school?
Ferris Bueller.
Yeah, remember the end of that after the credits?
I don't remember now. No.
Oh, the guy, the principal is on the bus,
Oh, yes.
and they're playing the song from Yellow. You know, ding, ding, down, 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 and he's walking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. All right, there is an end to it. I just have to go back to get after. So here we go, folks. After obtaining the gem, this is only for those people like me who, in fact, obtained the gem. This is not for people like Jane. Exactly. After obtaining the gem, you proceed back the way you came. It would be funny if he's like in your guild. And have no encounters, oddly enough. But then maybe the creatures in the area now fear you, and rightly so. The crud. So we're the crud? So Elrune is, I'm the crud. All right, revenge is sweet. We did it. All right, I did it. Elrond Baroon, Chaotic Evil. And that completes. Have you ever played it in Heart of a Hobgoblin Lair?
That was good. Good job. I don't know why this is not working anymore, but it is what it is. Well, that was great. I mean, like I said, I'm looking. So we're doing the Bard one.
That's all I've got. So
Have you reached out to Kelly and see if he has the Paladin one?
I could ask him. I reached out to him, and he referred me to somebody else because there's talk about redoing First Encounter magazine, and I think he had given those to him. That guy's going to do it, and he forwarded to me these. So I don't know. I could try again.
Yeah,
so maybe some of our listeners, right? I think some of our listeners were gathering First Encounter magazine.
If you have a copy or a PDF that you'd be willing to share with us, info@grogcon.com would be awesome.
But James, it's going to take a year anyway to do the bar, right? I mean, this has gone on for like a year. I mean, it's not like we need it today.
I want to plan ahead. I want to plan ahead, so.
You're really planning ahead.
So, well, with that, we can roll a D10 because we're done with the show.
I got to roll it. You mean this is forever?
Well.
So this is, it's got to be green.
Yes, it has to be green because mine are pink.
Here we go. See if we got the luck of the
Let's
Irish.
see. Do you have a luck stone?
It looks like I do. It's an 8.
8? That's good.
That's surprising. The Carlos
maybe my subdued post sleepy time actually works better because it's.
You should drink more often. It's just you're like dangly or like tipsy thieving.
Yeah.
You're normal. You're better. Drink it.
Yeah,
Please drink.
maybe I'm too nervous, during the normal thing. So I need to drink. I'm like your typical performer. I got to start drinking before. So great. This is causing alcoholism.
So I heard advice given once for people who are studying for the bar exam, and the person said, if you are addicted to cocaine, now is not the time to quit. Which is sort of,
right.
what I think you're saying, right? So, so sometimes people, the normal is better for them.
Exactly. Well, that's very good. Very good. Like I said, we'll be on in 2 weeks. There was some confusion because we were on last week, but that was a special live play for the GROGTALK Adventures. So we will not be on for we're back to our normal every 2 weeks schedule, which will be episode 79, which we're going to have to talk about.
People are angry that there's too much.
No, people are thrilled. They want us every Saturday. Dan, they would want us to be on every Saturday if they had a choice. That's how much our fans appreciate us.
And real quickly, I'd just like to mention that what you do on this, because it took me a while to figure out on the back of the Lucky Charms, is it's a stand for get your magic charms, like free charm milk and stuff. And what it is there's a little thing you cut out where it's the leprechaun line stands here, and he comes up to the stand. You pull it up, and he steps on the trap door, and he falls through, and you capture You see, there's a little trap door.
I gotcha.
And and you cut out the stand, and that's so I'm going to do that later, and that's how you capture leprechauns.
I don't know whoever built that box hates hates parents. Why would you do that to people?
Yeah, because you're like, where's the leprechaun? It's been like 3 days.
Where's the leprechaun? The kids, they're going to want to tear that up with the cereal still in it, so that's cereal everywhere.
Right.
They're not going to wait till...
You don't have the box anymore. You got the bag.
Right.
And, right.
It's all bad.
And then you got like the clip. You need a clip on it or something.
Or they don't put a clip, and then it falls out of the closet, and it's cereal everywhere, then...
Well, but they do it because the kids look on the back and like, Mommy, we can capture leprechauns. Look, it's a leprechaun trap. You do that, and and then you got to do it, right? And look, it even says on the front because they're really trying to trick you. Leprechaun trap on the back. Who wouldn't want a leprechaun? I'm going to do it.
Well, first of all, is that really appropriate in 2021?
This is coming from the guy who did that Mad Lib, which I don't approve of.
Why? Why don't you approve of that? I thought that was...
You disapprove of this? You disapprove of the Lucky Charms
I'm not
leprechaun
disapproving or approving anything. I'm just saying many people have said that may not be appropriate in 2021.
A leprechaun trap?
We are calling the Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head the Potato Head people now. We're not allowed to...
Okay, look. It says get your magic charms. It doesn't say like Guinness. It's not like booze. It's not of a bunch of offensive things at the stand like you would probably do if you were doing this, working for General Mills. It's endearing things like free samples for leprechauns.
You are so...
Magic power, bring things to life. Magic power, flight. There's a bunch of spells. Look at this. Magic power, go really fast. No. Oh, and it's funny too. You know what's funny about this, James? Is look, it's got a sign. It says not a trap.
Right.
That's funny, right? Because they're gonna think it's not a trap because it says leprechauns are like exceptionally intelligent. I don't know how this is gonna work.
Well, so you're getting close to what the problem is. It's not the fact that I have to explain this, and apparently you in a previous life, you were very sensitive to HR, but apparently you're human-centric. Your human privilege is coming through here.
You're talking about the guy who didn't. You know what phrase? I didn't even know what it meant. Where are you laying the pipe? Yeah, I have no idea. It's like he's placing I would never have given him a pipe if I'd known about that. He was putting the pipe down to the smoke or whatever, and I needed to know where it was because I was concerned it would blow off the off of the
This
leg.
is getting better. Keep going.
So no, I don't understand. I'm
What is the
naive,
purpose
James.
of this thing? The thing you're holding.
Is to sell cereal and have kids have lots
very
of fun.
true. But what are we teaching humans to do? What are the purpose of leprechauns?
We want to have a fun playmate. We want to hang
And
out
how
with
we
them.
and how are we acquiring these fun playmates?
So what you're saying is we're trapping them, and we're holding them against their will.
Correct. Did we invite them? Did we want to share in their culture? No. Set up this trap and indenture them to play tricks for us.
Oh.
You don't see that as a problem. Here we go again. The human privilege kicks in, and for our amusement, we're going to trap. We're teaching our young children to look at leprechauns as less than us.
Yeah.
And we're trapping them. We're not inviting them to a party. At least in the DMG, we have wine. We're getting them drunk, which is still not a great thing, but they are partaking in it willfully.
Right, a quid pro quo.
This is literally ensnaring, entrapping.
Wow, James, I had not thought of it that way. Wow, I'm really sorry.
It's systemic humanism. That's the systemic.
Yeah, you're right.
You can't deal with it. You're so blinded by it.
Yeah, and I'm awful neutral. It really surprises me. Wait, can we still roll for like summoning demons still, or is that out too?
Well, but the people who are summoning demons, they're evil. They're not doing it because they're not.
James, are people evil, or do people just engage in evil actions? Now I'm confused.
Well, this is something you can think about for the next time. But, however, we were talking about in the real world, we have humans trying to ensnare and enslave leprechauns for their pleasure.
Leprechauns, they don't have any rights, do they?
So, oh, because they're not humans, they don't have any rights?
Oh, I guess I didn't think about that. I don't want to play D&D anymore, Jim. I don't like this. I don't like this game anymore. I'm not sure yet, but you know what I think about this game?
This campaign sucked.
That's exactly right. Yes. So unfortunately now you need to. I assume you and your wife are going to write a strong letter to General Mills, and informing him that your daughter was shocked and offended by this, and she's in counseling now, even though she's
Right, of age.
20-something.
She can legally drink Guinness. Probably doing it now.
She came home and saw that I had this horrific some sport. I mean, it's like hunting foxes, basically, is what you're doing here. It's barbarous. So
I agree with you, James.
I'll try to keep you in the straight and narrow, Dan. It's the least I can do. Apparently, leprechauns are just here for they're just playthings to you. And but
well, I am with the leprechaun, so obviously this is why you're so angry.
I'm with the leprechaun that you've entrapped. Basically, you've entrapped me.
Yes.
That's why it's coming through with such rage.
Yeah, you didn't know. You went right through it. I can't believe you're so stupid, James. You really are semi-intelligent. You fell for not a trap.
Right.
That's why you're so angry.
Hey, I think we should do a podcast. Okay, that sounds great.
The angry leprechaun.
I'm angry. I should have, when we said let's do a podcast, I should have said.
Oh God! No, God, please no!
That's what I said first.
That's true. No, if I remember correctly, you said, "Oh, I've done podcasts before. I'm really good at it."
I'm not sure I said it exactly that way.
It was close. You're like, "Oh, I'm very proficient. I'm very skilled," and we should have done it that way. That would have been great. You just reading from the Dungeon Master's Guide. Yeah. I'm sure that would have been compelling.
Yes, people do that. It gets like 10,000. Let me tell you something,
You're
James.
right.
People reading, they get a lot more listeners than we do.
I agree. They
get like 10,000 listeners in like a day.
They do get 10,000. I don't.
And I thought the kitten video was going to work, and it didn't. You need to take that thing down. I was wrong. I thought watch a kitten play D&D rolls a 0 exclamation point we'd get the kitten crowd.
And I posted it on Reddit. I posted everywhere, and we got nothing. So
you did a great job. Crickets. Yeah. So. Yes.
Yeah. So with that, I think we've beaten this St. Patrick's Day to death. So we're gonna turn it back. Let you guys have your day back. So for Grog Talk, I'm James.
James, no, you're not. Start it again. Rewind.
What did I say?
For Grog Talk, you're.
Oh, that's right. I'm. What? I don't even remember my tipsy. Dangly. That's right. I'm dangly.
Let's do it again. You can edit it later. All right.
And this is the end of Grog Talk. I'm dangly.
And I'm tipsy.
And we'll see you next time on Grog Talk. Take care.